Airliner into the Pentagon, threatening the seat of national power. Thousands likely dead. Attack on America, a special edition of NBC Nightly News. Terrorists declare war on the United States, hijacking jetliners, crashing them into New York's World Trade Towers. Another airliner into the Pentagon, threatening the seat of national power. Thousands likely dead. Downtown New York in chaos. America wondering, what next?
On Midtown Manhattan, and tonight America is at war with terrorists after a stunning series of attacks today against targets in New York and in Washington, D.C., the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. The terrorists used hijacked civilian airliners and their passengers as guided missiles in their attack, the most serious attack on this country since Pearl Harbor. And tonight, the dead still are being counted. An unknown number still are missing. At this hour in this war, another development, there are reports out of Kabul tonight, the capital of Afghanistan, of explosions. But the Pentagon and the CIA are flatly denying that the United States had anything to do with those explosions. This has been one of the darkest days in America, and it is not yet over. Here at home now, a quick look at the locations where the four airliners hit. The Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan, 20 minutes apart. Then, within an hour this morning, the Pentagon. And then the final crash just minutes later, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, 266 people on the four airplanes alone, all presumed to be dead. At the World Trade Center, even more than 9 hours now after this disaster began, officials do not know how many people were killed, how many still are trapped in all the rubble. We do know that on most days there would be at least 20,000 people at work in the World Trade Center at the time that the airliners crashed into those Twin Towers. Another 90,000 could be expected in the vicinity of those towers in the course of an average workday. And of course, scores of police, firefighters, and other emergency personnel were in the area when the buildings came down. We're going to get the view now from the White House and our correspondent there, Campbell Brown, also from the Pentagon and from Jim Miklaszewski. And I'm going to join now with a complete account of what this day has been like from NBC's David Bloom, who's been my colleague all day long. David, bring us up to date.
Well, Tom, more than 9.5 hours since the first attack, the smoke billowing from the hulks behind me is now more gray than black, indicating that the fires have diminished somewhat, but it's still an extremely dangerous situation. Just within the last hour or so, a third building, a 40-story building, also collapsed. 40 more stories of concrete, steel, and iron crashed into the ground. A makeshift morgue has been set up near the World Trade Center. New York City police still sticking to their early estimates that the casualties ultimately may number in the thousands. Nothing more precise than that. We've put together a chronology of the events as America's watched, dumbfounded, and yes, outraged and defiant. The first attack plane, a hijacked American Airlines flight out of Boston, slams into the North Tower of New York's World Trade Center at approximately 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time. The explosions and fireballs broadcast live by television helicopters, which then horrifically spot the second attack plane, a United Airlines flight hijacked from Boston, taking dead aim at the World Trade Center's South Tower. It's now approximately 9:03 a.m.
Hey, where the hell can I meet you? Oh, I'm across the street from the Marriott, man. A second airplane, a 727, just ran into the building.
Emergency officials estimate 20,000 or more people may have been inside the two 110-story buildings at the time of the attacks. Eyewitnesses report victims falling, and in some cases, jumping from the two buildings.
But there were people falling out of the sky.
At 9:29 a.m., President Bush in Florida addresses the nation for the first time.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
But in the nation's capital, just 11 minutes later, 9:40 a.m., a third hijacked plane, an American flight out of Washington Dulles, crashes into the Pentagon in a burst of flames.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering in person. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? With tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. That's Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life. You can go to his 16. You can go to his webpage, funny cat, man. Got a lot of funny stories, man. And Brother Eric's got a lot of funny stories. Talking about the prison life, also talking about when he was, on the streets of Billings, Montana, man, moving them narcotics. You know what I'm saying? But he's a good dude, man. Turned his life around. Was supposed to do life in prison, man. But man, something God touched his heart, man, and made him get smart. And he started studying these little pamphlets on how to talk to the parole board, and he started making it happen, man. You know what I'm saying? His first swing didn't go good, but his second swing went really well, man. And he ultimately earned himself parole and got out here on the streets, and he's trying to do the right thing. Plus, Brother Eric is a very talented brother, man. Very talented. Got a lot of skills, man. Great, you know what I'm saying? He's a funny cat, you know what I'm saying? He is a really good dude, man, but he's funny. He can tell stories. He can rap. He can rap. Yeah, that's him on the beginning track, you know what I mean? But he's got a lot of other stuff that he's done. So shout out to Brother Eric, man, and he's letting us use this music for free. Shout out to him for that, man. Shout out to him for that, man. And just a good dude, man. Trying to get these youngsters off the streets, man. Trying to tell them there's a better way to go than, if you're going to gang bang, and try to get out of it, try to get the youngsters out of it, by a certain age so they can start living their lives as men, outside of that lifestyle, you know what I'm saying? Because, at a certain point, that lifestyle becomes redundant and it just brings, a lot of violence and death to you, man, if you stick in it too long, man. So shout out to Brother Eric, man. That's his mission, man. So we gonna help him push that mission, man. Shout out to him. All right, that's Brother Eric, man. Shout out to him. All right. Y'all saw in the opening on opening montage. Today is September 11th, man, and we know that it's September 11th, 2001. There was an attack on Twin Towers in New York, as well as the Pentagon, as well as other locations, right? It got so bad that FAA had to shut down all flights. All flights were shut down. I remember when that came out. I think this stuff happened about 9. They shut down all the flights about maybe 9:30, maybe 10 o'clock. They just shut down every flight in America. Shut it down, right? So it was a lot going on, man. A lot going on, man. I remember. I'm gonna get into this later, man. Where the building was on fire, and there was the security guard on one of the towers was sending people back into the building. She was telling people, "Hey, you safer in the building." Man, oh man. See, sometimes, man, you got to have common sense, man. Some of the people said, "Hey, you crazy? I'm not going back into a building that's on fire. That's crazy." But some of them went back in there, man, and unfortunately, lost their lives going back into these buildings, man, because both of them, ultimately because of the heat, just crumble, man. The structures just crumble, and they just end up coming down. We may have some of that footage, man. We may watch some of that. I got some, but like I said, shout out to everybody that's here right now. Let's see who's in the building. The Dominican route, Brother John, glad to have you in the building. He said he was on a plane that morning and came to LaGuardia. Man, ooh. Last year, baseball Twin Towers the day before. Both of them, holy smokes. Yikes. Love to hear that story, Brother John, if you got a minute, man. But give me about an hour or so because I got a lot of stuff to get to first. Y'all know how I do. Hey, Sister Annie said, "Hey, I was 16 in high school. We felt the building smoke from Brooklyn." Oh, you were in New York, Sister Annie. Total chaos and high emotional day. I can remember the classmates crying. Some of their families died. Oh man, that's terrible. That's terrible. That's terrible. But glad you shared that with us, Sister Annie. Shout out to you. Greetings, Sister OG Patrice. OG Patrice, glad to have you in the building, sis. Good to have you in the building. Same thing with Brother Vaughn. Glad to have you guys in the building, man. Very big helpers of mine, man. OG Patrice and Vaughn. Brian, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. OG Patrice say, warning, trigger warning. Yeah, man. this is going to be an ugly little conversation we're going to have today, y'all, because we're going to see some footage that might, if you were in the military or something, or you have family members that was involved in this, it may be hard to watch, man. So I advise you, if you have a problem with 9/11 and some of the actual events that happened, maybe this ain't the show for you. Maybe you might want to, and you might want to have your kids go out of the room. I try to warn you when I think there's some content coming that you might have to get the kids out of the room. But we got some more. We got some more footage of 9/11, and it's coming later when I get done with the rundown and everything. I mean, not with the rundown, with the news and everything. But we're gonna we'll get to that later. But I try to warn you guys, man. I try to warn you guys. Okay. Let's get right to work, y'all, because I'm about 15 minutes late, man. I ran into LA's finest, man, the FOI out there, and some old schoolers like me. And shout out to Captain Will. Shout out to Brother First JA. I was just out there, man, and had to go get some stuff, so that some water and stuff, and some ice, and I ran into the Brotherhood out there pushing the program. Shout out to LA and Compton, um, FOI. All right, so you know what I'm saying? You know how it is when you run into some old schoolers like you. Hey man, remember this? Remember? Yeah, we kind of start ran into each other, but you know what I'm saying? Shout out to those brothers, man. Everybody that's pushing their program, man, for a positive result. Shout out to them. All right, y'all. Let's get right to the news, man, because we ain't got no time to waste, man. We're really running behind, really running late. Let's see. If you want to come in to the topic of 9/11, where were you? Give me about an hour, man. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it about an hour, right? About an hour. So give us a time. Give us a minute. We're gonna get back to that. That's the first topic on the list today. All right. So let's see. First of all, we got to do with news, right? I don't know if you guys are familiar that Tiffany Haddish and Ari Spears did this skit about child molesters, and I know they were trying to lighten it up a little bit, but some people say, hey, this is a no-go here, right? So Tiffany Haddish skit co-creator Ari Spears breaks silence on grooming and molestation lawsuit. There's been a lot of talk about Tiffany Haddish and comedian Ari Spears this week after the lawsuit dropped accusing the two of grooming and molestation. Holy smokes. The allegations stem from working with minors on a sketch comedy skit that later was posted on Funny or Die. Though Funny or Die made it clear that they were not associated with getting the skit made, calling it absolutely disgusting, now Spears has broken his silence about the legalities coming up. Ari Spears is half of the duo that hosts Spears and Steinberg podcast. The comedian dropped a teaser for the episode on the social media in which he has his podcast partner Andy Steinberg, spoke out about their retrospective weeks. Andy wasn't doing too badly, but Spears obviously felt he needed to address the elephant in the room and did so. Listen, I guess this is a quote from Ari Spears. Listen, obviously for legal reasons, I can't really talk about anything at this time, but I just more or less want to say to all of the loyal listeners, thank you guys for the support and love. Listen, this is an extortion case, okay? So they basically saying they're getting extorted for money. His comments echoed the other celebrity named in the lawsuit, Tiffany Haddish, who previously said she was relieved that this video lawsuit had finally come to fruition. As she notes, she was tired of being extorted, holy smokes, over the comedy sketch. As you can see Ari Spears' full comments below. How Tiffany Haddish had responded to the grooming lawsuit. Tiffany Haddish has spoken out about the lawsuit that came down the pipeline as well, and she has told a similar line to what Ari Spears said in his comments. But Haddish did not get candid about having deep regret for what went down in the sketch and what came after. I guess this is Tiffany Haddish quote. I know people have a bunch of questions. I get it. I'm right there with you. Unfortunately, because there's an ongoing legal case, there's very little I can say right now. But clearly, while this sketch was intended to be comedic, it was not funny at all. It wasn't funny at all, right? I deeply regret having agreed to act in it. I really feared to being able to we look forward to being able to share a lot more about this situation as soon as I can. When the lawsuit was filed, it contended that the two individuals known as Jane Doe and John Doe, reportedly 15, were groomed into filming sexually graphic child porn skits. Tiffany Haddish's lawyer, Andrew Butler, named the mother in the lawsuit, Teresa Morris, and has said that she has been trying to assert these bogus claims for years. Years. This went on for years. He also mentioned that this guy previously came up with other lawyers. Oh man, all of whom had previously dropped the case before it became the suit that we heard about in the last few days. Haddish has been having a seemingly tough year after breaking up with her partner Common. All right, I'm a strong, independent woman. Okay, go ahead and be strong and independent. Uh, at the end of 2021, and getting candid about a subsequent DUI. Haddish's best movies aren't behind her. Haddish's best movies aren't behind her or anything, as she has plenty of projects coming up, including the Haunted Mansion movie. Still, this lawsuit seemingly coming during a time of transition for the actress. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. What do you guys think about Tiffany Haddish? What do you think about her situation? What do you think about what she did? And did you see the skit that she did with Ari Spears? I mean, it was, I don't think it was really, really bad, but it was definitely highly insensitive. Highly insensitive. But, look at it for yourself. But this just goes to show you. Now, what's the lesson we can learn here? The lesson we can learn here is that you got to watch who company you keep. Got to watch the projects you say you agree to say yes to. You got to watch whose live streams you step on. You got to watch that. See, got to watch whose chat you running around in, because you may have good intentions and you just get caught up in something. You get caught up in something. That's why gotta watch. Gotta watch who you out here messing with, who you claiming to be down with. You gotta watch. You think Tiffany Haddish thought any idea that this was gonna get to this level, or the fact that she was gonna be accused of what she being accused of? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, the lesson here for y'all and us is watch who you hanging with. Watch who you get down with. Because you are who you get down with. You are who you get down with. And if you get down with certain people, especially on YouTube, y'all know it. You could be on a panel, like I tell y'all all the time. You could be on a panel with somebody, man, and you don't even know a person got a problem with somebody else, right? I've been on panels with dudes that got problems with other dudes, and what they do is they are so wicked sometimes, man. They will walk you into this situation. They would describe a situation, and you not knowing who they talking about, or even that they even pressing an issue with a whole nother person. You don't even know they pressing an issue with somebody else. So they walk you into this line of questioning, right? You don't know what they talking about and who they talking about. Hey, Clarence, don't you think this is crazy the way this person did this and did that, right? I don't have no clue that they talking about. They specifically are talking about somebody. They talking about some shit that went on. I don't even know nothing about it. But some of these dudes are slick, man. That's how they roll. That's why you got to watch what they say, man. You can't just be like, oh yeah, yeah. You got to listen. You got to listen to what these people are saying, man. Because if you agree or talk, I made that mistake and just say something without thinking about it, and then next thing you know, it come out a couple of days later, or some little bird will have to pull me to the side and say, they was talking about so and so, right? You know, the person that brought this up was talking about that person. What? I had no clue about that, right? I had no clue. I don't know. I don't follow everybody everywhere. I don't even watch all of our shows sometimes, man. Sometimes most of the time, I try to watch them back, see what we can do better, right? But shit, I don't watch everybody. I don't know, right? But that's why you got to watch. You got to watch when you out here, man. Because some of these people, man, they will walk you into this stuff, man. You have no clue what's going on, and then they would just walk everybody in. Why? Because they don't give a damn, man. They trying to do is prove their point. They don't give a damn if they make you look stupid. They make the other person look stupid. They make all these other people look stupid. They don't give a damn. They just gonna walk you into it. Hey Vaughn, remember that day? Or they'll do this. This is a lot of them do this. Yeah, you can ask Vaughn. Vaughn was right there, right? You can ask Patrice. Patrice was right there, right? Shit, you have no clue what they're talking about, right? Like, what is he talking about? You can ask Vaughn. Vaughn been with me. Vaughn, my supporter, right? You know, what? You like what? Yeah, Clarence. Clarence. What do you think about this? See, in this situation, right? That's why we got to watch. We got to watch. We got to listen. When you come on these panels, man, listen. When you get in these chats and somebody trigger you, listen. Pay attention to what they're doing. These people know what they're doing, man. They know what they're doing. Some of them, this is where they get the most attention in their life. Right here when they punching these keys, or when they get on these panels. That's the most time anybody want to spend with them. So they take the opportunity to let their personality open up. And sometimes they don't have good personality. They got personalities they need to improve on. Right? But shout out, man. I just want y'all to realize and be careful out here, man. Yeah, man. They would drag you into some mess. They would drag you into some mess, right? And they would just say, "Oh yeah, Vaughn was there. Vaughn could tell you. Am I lying, Vaughn? Am I lying, Vaughn?" Right? You're like, what? I don't know what the hell you talking about, right? I don't know what you're talking about. But be careful for that, man. Be careful, all of y'all, man. Be careful out there, man. Same thing happens in the chat, man. Oh, G Patrice is here. Oh, G Patrice can vouch for me. She know exactly what happened. You're like, what the hell are you talking about? I wasn't there. I don't know what you talking about, right? But be careful, y'all. Be careful. All right, y'all. We got to move on. We got to move on, man. We got a lot to get to. Man. Okay. Let us move on, man. We got to move on, man, to the hit parade. All right, man. Let's see. We knocked that out. Oh man, yeah, this is another one. This is pretty bad. This one is pretty bad. Okay. Let's read this article here. Can you guys see that, by the way? Let me see. Okay, you guys can't see that article. Okay. Accused SEX misconduct, physician's assistant gives up Iowa license, right? 1 year after another state took another state took action against him, a physician assistant accused of numerous acts of SES misconduct has agreed to surrender his Iowa license. In February, the Iowa Board of Physician Assistants charged John Eason Perry of Roswell, New Mexico, with being subject to some form of undisclosed discipline by a licensing board in another unspecified state. The Iowa Board's public statement charges gave no indication what led to the agreement. Even the documents received in reference to the Mexico's Board of Medicine was redacted from public view due to a 2021 Iowa Supreme Court ruling that says facts and circumstances that give rise to a licensed discipline case must be kept confidential until the case is resolved. Okay. In New Mexico, however, the specific allegation against Perry, as well as the state's disciplinary action, were made public 16 months ago. The New Mexico Board of Medicine reported that Perry had been under investigation in that state since February 2020. The board has compiled credible evidence that during a January 2020 medical appointment, Perry grabbed a female's patient's buttocks in a sexual manner told her she should have his child nice, called himself a whore, stated that he was cheating on his wife because because she couldn't satisfy his sexual needs, and asked to see. Oh my God, nah, man, this must be wrong. Asked to see the patient's vagina. Holy smokes! What is going on with these people out here, man? You know what? I can't even, man. I've been afflicted, man. I've been afflicted. So I've been possessed before, so I understand, man. But damn, man, you got to get yourself together, man. You got to get yourself together, man. Got to get yourself together, or some real ish gonna come down on you. The New Mexico board said it launched a second investigation into Perry in July 2020 when a different patient identified by the initials RF sought treatment from Perry for mental health issues that included anxiety, depression, suicidal, self deletion, and hypersexuality. Holy smokes! RF alleged that Perry communicated with her by instant messaging on topics unrelated to her treatment and sexual manner in an office visit, and encouraged her to leave her husband so they could be together. Separately, the board alleged that Perry did not have knowledge of RF's uh, uh, self-deletion tendencies and told RF he loved her and told her that he wants to only to hope to get laid in New Mexico in 2020. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Oh man! According to the board, RF recorded visits with Perry during the time he allegedly touched and kissed her. Ay, ay, ay. Confessed to multiple divorces and stated that he was hypersexualized his whole life and didn't want that to change. And stated that his future text messages would be professional and wouldn't include any dirty boy comments. Yikes. In January 2021, Perry inactivated his medical license at the New Mexico board's request. In April 2021, he agreed to surrender his New Mexico license and refrain from applying for a new license in that state. At that point, the specific allegations against him were disclosed. All the public redacted filings by the Iowa Board of Physicians Assistants omit any reference to allegations of SS misconduct by Perry. His Iowa license expired in September 2021, so Iowa's board negotiated agreement to have him surrender that license is unlikely to have any practical effect. Holy smokes! All right, why do we do this? Why do we do this? Why, Clarence, are you continuing to do the hit parade? Because you need to, man, let me tell y'all something, man. There's dudes out there and women. I can't just say it's dudes, it's dudes and women. Take a sip of water. There's dudes and women out there that are not wrapped tight, man. They have a demon on them, or they're just not wrapped tight, man. And they've lived this way so long, man. They don't understand no other kind of way. They live through their desires, not through right or wrong. And these dudes are out there, man, but they are presenting like they are normal people. They're not normal people. So you got to just watch the energy of a person, man. You got to take into account the energy and how this person moving, right? Man, I mean, I just have them part because I've been around so many different people so long, man. I've been around so many different types of people, man. Thank you, Juan. Appreciate you. I've been around so many different types of people that I can see. We're gonna get to the backpack, by the way. We're gonna get to the fundraiser later. We're gonna get to the backpack. I'm gonna put out how much we got so far. And man, yesterday, Bolo TV, man. I mean, God, dog, man. Shout out to Bolo TV, man. He hit us up 4 separate donations, man. This brother hit us up with some money, man. Very generous, man. At the 11th hour, I'm just about to hit the button in broadcast, man, and here this brother just hits us up with all these different donations. Shout out to Brother Bolo TV. Shout out. But I'm gonna get into all that later, man. We're gonna get it. We gotta get this stuff done. Anyway, hit parade. Why you doing this, Clarence? Because I want y'all to know these people out here. This is a physician's assistant. This is the next level down from a doctor. This is a physician's assistant, man. This dude can write. This dude can just like a doctor. He can listen to it. Only thing a physician assistant just can't operate. He can do pretty much everything else the doctor can do. He just can't operate on you, right? Holy smokes, man. These dudes are out here. These women are out here, right? Got to watch who you sending your children to. You got to watch who you going to yourself. You got to watch who you going to yourself. Got to watch, man, these people, some of these people are so unscrupulous. Yet they try to present themselves like they are regular people. They not. They not. And only you can save you. Remember I was talking about the people that went back into the building and 9/11 hit a plane and went through it. Plane went through this building. The building is on fire. The security guard lady, this lady making what, $7-8 an hour, is telling these people that's making all this money go back into the building. They supposedly got more sense than her as far as life experience, right? She sent them back into the building, man. How many people did she actually, let come to their death? Because she led them based on her understanding, right? She gave them instructions based on her understanding. Her understanding led her to believe that being in the building, being inside of a burning building was safe. Some of them people said, hey, man, you crazy. It's common sense. If a building's on fire, I don't care if it's 50 feet or 100,000 feet, you do not go back into no burning building. Right? My day is over. Plane hits my building that I'm working in and I've survived it, I'm out. Forget my lunch, forget my purse, forget my wallet. All those things can be replaced. But we're going to get into that. But as far as the hit parade, watch who you putting your children around. These coaches, these teachers. Watch who you putting your children around. Even their peer group. You got to go through their peer group and see bad apples in their peer group and say to yourself, okay, how am I going to separate them from this person? That's what the good doctor is going to talk about in just a few minutes, right? Shout out to the good doctor, Dr. Confuciu. All right, y'all, that's the hit parade. We're going to keep it moving, man. We're going to keep it moving, man, because we got a lot to get to. All right, let's see. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. What happened? Oh, okay. I don't know how my avatar got back up there. I guess I must have pushed it, right? All right, we're gonna watch the good doctor, Dr. Confuciu. He's gonna talk about developing positive self-images in Black children.
They're right. And before you answer, please remember 86% of the NBA, National Basketball Association, starters are Black. But only 1% of the engineers in this country are Black. And isn't it true that all Black folks can dance? That we all got rhythm? Is it physical or is it cultural? Come on now. Can't hear you. Cultural. Now, I agree with you, Terry, but our children don't. Our children believe, I could probably ask anyone here in Cincinnati in terms of the youth to go one-on-one with any white boy on a basketball court, they'd have no problems. But will be scared stiff in the laboratory. I believe as you do. I believe it's culture. But our children believe they have a better chance of doing well on the right side of the brain. You see, my concern is that you do most will be that you do best. But more importantly, that you are allowed to do. We've always been encouraged to sing and dance and play basketball, but not to become involved in math and science. But remember, there are 5 ways to communicate an idea in a classroom. And those 5 are written, which is left brain, oral stories, right brain, pictures, right brain, fine arts, right brain, and artifacts, right brain. There are 5 ways to communicate an idea in a classroom. Most schools use an exclusive left brain methodology and a left brain test with large numbers of right brain thinking children. A tremendous tragedy. There are 2 ways to learn, left and right side of the brain. Now here's the way the exercises go. If you want a left brain lesson plan, it goes like this. Read the definition, write the definition. Purely left brain. Read it and write it. If you want to go from left, not to right, but left to whole brain, using both sides, read the definition and then draw what you think you just read. Then you'd have to integrate the left and right side of the brain. You know, we have people in this room with BAs, MAs, and PhDs, still drawing with stick figures, still drawing like 4th graders. It's not your fault. When you were in school, they belittle the right side of the brain. Let me give you a homework assignment. I want you to develop a right brain lesson plan and then evaluate it with a right brain instrument. We have got to find ways to meet our children where they are. They have a strength that we have not been using. And I wish we could have a lot more time on this major area of learning styles. But because of our time, we're now down to about 5 or 7 minutes. I want to now move into the best for last. I want to now look at teacher expectations. I want to now talk about you. I'm now quoting from the work of Wilbur Brookover and Ron Edmonds. They wanted to find out what was the major reason for academic achievement. I am proud to report 3rd, not number 1, is the student's socioeconomic background. Some of us still keep believing, well, how much money is in the home? How many parents are there? It is not number 1. It is 3rd on the list. The 2nd is the school per pupil expenditure. Some of us still keep believing, well, what color is the school bus? How thick is the carpet? Well, that is also not number 1. How much money is in the school or in the home has never been number 1. Number 1 has never changed. Number 1 remains teacher expectations. Tuscaloosa, Alabama, 1920. 1-room school shack, 40 students. The roof was leaking. Only 2 books, and all 40 students learned. Beyond Piaget, beyond Montessori, beyond Glasser, beyond Goodlad, education boils down to 1 word and 1 word only. Do you believe that our children can learn? That seems very simple. The key word is expectations. You know the program. It's called TESSA. Teacher expectation, student achievement. The theory is if you increase this, you increase this. But what we found out was teachers are human. Many teachers lower expectations on 4 factors. Brookover gives those 4 as race, income, gender, and appearance. In other words, many teachers lower their expectations based upon the race of the child, the income of the child, the gender of the child, and how the child looks. One teacher wanted to give me another I want to share with you now. She also said, Juwan, I know it's not right, but I also am affected by the parents show up. In other words, I've noticed I respond differently to certain children if I know the parents are involved. I know it's not correct, but that's exactly what I do. 5 major areas that affect expectations. So again, the program is called TESSA. It goes into your classroom with a video camera, with your peers, with an administrator, trying to see if they can monitor expectations. And you know the 3 strands of TESSA. One is response opportunities. Another one is feedback. And the last one is personal regard. What TESSA attempts to do is to see if you can give all 30 children the same number of opportunities. TESSA believes you learn best when you're involved in the process. Now, this is very hard to do. If we were talking about a white teacher with 30 white children or a blind teacher with 30 blind children, to give all 30 children the same number of opportunities to respond. TESSA believes this is necessary in order to grow and develop. Now, many teachers say is, well, Juwanza, the reason why I don't call on Willie is that Willie don't know the answer. Well, see, the problem is when you stop calling on Willie back in October, if you wanted to call on him now in May, he wouldn't know the answer because he believes you're not going to call on him anyway. And then the other one I hear so much of, well, time is so tight. I can't afford to waste time on Willie. Well, see, the problem is that may be correct in the short term, but when we talk about somebody's life that we're now destroying, that could be involved in prison later, in the long term, it's better to call on Willie now than to have him taking all that money from us in prison later on. We've got to begin to look at having all the children involved. And then the next area, feedback. 2 students, Willie, the low achiever, and the high achiever. You call on Willie first, he gets the answer wrong. You probably stay with Willie 1 second, then you go on to Ann. She also got the answer wrong, but she's your higher achiever. So you stay with Ann a little long. Come on, Ann, you know it. And they begin to give clue and clue. 5 minutes later, Ann finally comes with the answer. In other words, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. That Ann feels better about herself because we've given her more feedback, more reinforcement. And then, of course, the last one, the one I'm concerned about the most, and that's personal regard. That's attitude. Tessa believes you should touch the children. Let them know that you care. Let them know that you love them. So what happens? We send teachers to Tessa training, and they come back saying, I touched you. I love you. I like you. But the problem is the children know it's still not there. It's not real. This cannot be taught. You either love them or you don't. In Cincinnati or wherever we are in the country, please don't put all the schools in the same category. Ron Evans, before he died, developed the Effective Schools Project. What makes effective schools? There are three major factors. One, they have strong leadership. In other words, please don't think every school in Cincinnati or in Princeton County School District are in the same category. Because first of all, good principals spend very little time in their office. You see, the good ones are instructional leaders. They're involved in the classroom. They're involved in the corridors. In other words, they realize they should be involved in the educational process. They get there early and stay late. Paperwork done early. They get involved with the students throughout the day. Good principals also have workshops for their teachers, especially in the third and fourth quarter, where you begin to have teacher burnout. You don't need.
All right, y'all. Y'all gonna have to come back next week to find out what's the other two things that good leaders do to help children. All right, tune in with us next week. We got to keep the ball moving, man. We got to keep the ball, man. Shout out to Dr. Confuciu. All right, we got to keep moving, y'all. We got to keep moving. All right, what we doing now? What we doing now, y'all? This is what we doing. Okay. Y'all know when Alabama schools were desegregated. Well, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. Alabama schools desegregated. Can y'all see that? I think y'all can. Alabama schools desegregated. The discrimination you see right here. This is a colored water fountains that's colored, right, for black people in Alabama, right? the white folks' water fountain was inside the building, but the black children had to come outside to get the water, right? Anyway, the discrimination that presented Jim Crow era colored only drinking fountain in 1938, Halifax, North Carolina, still existed throughout the South in the 1960s during the desegregated schools. 20 brave young African-American students began school at previously segregated schools in Alabama on September 10th, 1963. The day before had become a national incident when segregationist Governor George C. Wallace had refused the demands of federal authorities and blocked attendance of African-American students. Ooh, y'all don't remember that, do you? Highway patrolmen were ordered by Governor Wallace to block the doors of the schools to keep African-American students from attending. Oh, that was way back then. Why are we even talking about that? Hey, you know what? You got a chance to do whatever you want to do now. Why even bring that up? Why remember this? Oh, man. However, amidst the standoff between the governor and the federal government, a young Sonny Hereford, fourth, and three other students had managed to become the first students to desegregate the state school system when they entered schools in Huntsville, Alabama on September 9th, 1963. All right, y'all. So that is it. Today, the Black History Minute is Alabama schools were desegregated on September 10th, 1963. Shout out to everybody who participated in that, no matter what your color was. All right, but that's your Black History Minute. But hey, don't take my word for it. Dig that. Go check out it. Go check this stuff out for yourself, man. I'm not just up here to tell you stuff, so you check some of this stuff out for yourself. You might get more information than I'm able to give you in a couple of minutes, right? All right, y'all. Let's keep it moving. We're doing pretty good on time. Doing pretty good on time today. Okay. Let's see. Let's take that off. And let's see. Let's see. Let me see what job it is we got here for you, man. Okay. It's another one. It's another one. Okay, so I can leave that up here. I can leave this up here. Okay. Let me leave this up here. All right. Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Let's get you guys a job, man. Let's get y'all that want a job. Ain't no jobs out here, Clarence. Okay. Get you a job. Let's get you a job. All right. Law enforcement, criminal, investigator, right? That's another one. Secret Service. Another Secret Service job, right? Starting at 50 grand all the way up to 102 grand a year, full time, right? I know. A lot of overtime in the Secret Service. You can make a ton of money over here, right? Now, where did I tell y'all? Where do I tell y'all to go, right? Oh, yeah, this is salary, it's full time. Where do y'all go? Y'all go straight to the qualifications, man, because you need to know. It doesn't matter how good everything is, the benefits. Oh, you got health insurance, paid time off, and all that. What difference does that make if the qualifications are you need a bachelor's degree, right? You need military experience, you need leadership experience, you need driver's license, right? Here, what they're saying, you don't have to have it. It's preferred. You don't have to have military experience, but it's preferred. You don't have to have leadership experience, but it's preferred. You don't have to have a driver's license, but it's preferred. That means you don't have to have all this stuff. You can walk right in, graduate high school, walk right in. Walk right into some of these positions, right? This is a government position. This is a federal job. So they're going to have spots. They may have locations all over the country that you can go to. Check out, I got a video. I got a video that I did a long time ago when I first got on YouTube. So if you check my catalog, it's one of my first videos where I went through how to go through the federal job site. You could go through the federal site for jobs, and you can get a federal job, man. You can I showed you how to use the filters where you can filter it so that you can look for jobs specifically in your state, specifically in your city, federal jobs that you can use. So I already made that video. It's out there. So not only did I do the city of LA, I did the county of LA, I did the state of California, but then I did one for the feds. I did one for the federal government, so you can learn how to use the filters. You can learn how to search for jobs. Come on, we ain't got no excuse, man. We ain't got no excuse. There's lots of jobs out here, but this job here, they don't even have minimum requirements. I'm sure you have to be a high school graduate. I'm sure that's probably going to be a minimum requirement with any job you get, at least a high school graduate. But all this stuff is preferred. Bachelor degree is preferred. Military is preferred. Leadership is preferred. Driver license preferred. All this stuff is preferred. Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, and you can make 100 grand a year. You can be a high value man or woman, right? You be a high value man or a high value woman, right? But hey, man, just let y'all know, man, you're having a hard time, man. These jobs out here, man. These jobs out here. At least until you can start your own business, get you a job that's gonna pay you, right? I mean, if you got to get a job, might as well get a job with the most benefits coming straight to you, right? All right, y'all. That's the job of the week. Shout out to you. All right, there we go. So, all right, that's the job of the week. Whew. We did it. Only took us an hour. Shout out to everybody. Okay, y'all. Okay, y'all. I'm about to now. Everybody that's watching now, I'm about to show you some footage. I'm about to show you some footage that is going to be really sticky. So I want you to, if you got to get the kids out of the room, or if you have some type of traumatic memories of 9/11, get the kids out of the room, get out of the room. Maybe you might want to change to something else right now. OG Patrice said, well, Clarence, they have a new reality TV show coming on where students were groomed and oh my God, by their teachers and tell the stories. Holy smokes. Well, I don't know, Patrice. Maybe that might be a good thing. Maybe that might you know, encourage other victims to come forward, and maybe that might have that effect. Hopefully, you know, and then some of these guys may say, you know what, it just ain't worth it to try to essay some of these people, you know, or women, right? So hopefully it has a positive effect. But wow, that sounds like a really bad situation, man. Holy smokes, holy smokes. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. So we're gonna watch some footage of 9/11. Where were you? Where were you when the 9/11 attacks went down? Where were you? Where were you? Okay, we're gonna watch some footage and check it out, man. Really ugly situation, man. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
I just heard a loud boom. You did? Was it a plane? That's what I was thinking. It was a terrorist attack.
Immediately, there's speculation or cause for concern. This is the World Trade Center that was the center of a terrorist bombing some years ago. So the questions have to be asked, was this purely an accident, or could this have been an intentional act? But either way, extensive damage.
What's this other jet doing? What's this other jet doing? Holy fuck!
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Looks like 6, 7 floors were taken out. And there's more explosions right now. Hold on, people are running.
Hold on just a moment. We've got an explosion inside.
The building's exploding right now. You got people running up the street.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll tell you what's going on.
Right. Oh my God. Another plane has just hit. It hit another building. Flew right into the middle of it. Explosion. My God, it's right in the middle of the building.
Pick your reader up from under your seat. Open your book up to lesson 60 on page 153.
All right, y'all. This is at the point where President George Bush he was informed that this was all going on, right? I don't know what people expected him to do. What I would have thought he would have done, he would have cut this little meeting short and just got up and left and said, hey, you know, this is an emergency. I'll be back, and you know, at another time. And he would have went and took care of that. But he stayed there, right? He sat there and said, oh boy. I don't know what he was thinking, but anyway, let's see the rest of it. Remember, this is 9/11. Where were you? I remember where I was. I'll talk about that in a little while.
At the count of 3, everyone should be on page 153.
Mom, another plane just crashed into the other World Trade Center. Another plane hit it. A jumbo jet. I'm so scared. I'm leaving. Don't, Megan. You can't. Bye. I love you. Megan. Mom, I don't care. I'm getting up. Okay, will you please wait for me?
We do have some videotape of the second plane, and you can see it there.
Where? I didn't see it. Oh, whoa.
This is
crazy. We're under attack.
Going into buildings.
From our vantage point, yeah, clearly difficult to tell.
We're under attack.
What type of plane that is, but it's a horrific scene.
All right, we've just been told also, Michael, sorry, the New York Stock Exchange is being evacuated, as is, I'm sure, much of Wall Street, if not all of it, as much as possible. But the New York Stock Exchange has suspended trading for the moment.
It's war.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
David, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're looking at live pictures of the Pentagon where there is billowing smoke. Jim Miklashevsky just reported that he heard an explosion, and right now we're looking at an aerial view of the Pentagon.
There are reports the Pentagon has been evacuated and the White House is being evacuated. Clearly, you're seeing now these pictures from Washington, D.C. as we try to determine.
All of the airports across the country have been shut down. All flights have been canceled for another 7 hours, which is about 5 o'clock Eastern time. And then we'll reignite there. We'll take a look what's going on.
All right, y'all. All right, man. As you can see, it was an ugly situation, right? I'm about to put the link out as we go through this footage. I'm about to put the link out, man. You guys can tell me, where were you? Where were you when this was going on, man? It was a hectic day. Let me tell you where I was at. Man. I was working out in Venice, California. Man, and I was checking I was working in a location where I was checking people's equipment. I was checking equipment, electrical equipment. So as I walk up to this one house, this white guy comes out, man, and I'm making a point to let you know that he's white for a reason. The white guy comes. Venice is most of the residents out there are white. Anyway, so I walked up to the guy's house, and I had been there many times before, so I didn't think it was no big deal. But anyway, as I walked up to his house, he came out in his house coat, and he looked like he really was gonna pull a weapon on me, right? And I was like, "What's the matter with this dude?" Right? Because I hadn't been around the radio, because I had been working on this block, and so I hadn't heard anything on the radio. I hadn't been in the car. I didn't know what was going on. I had no clue what was happening. I walk up to this dude, and this dude was like, I was like, "Hey, I need to get back there and check the electrical equipment back there." He goes, "No." And I go, "What?" He goes, "No, not you. You can't go back there." I said, "What do you mean I can't go back there?" He said, "You can't go back there. Not you." I go, "Okay, no problem." And then I noticed that attitude was a little more than people were coming outside and really what they really didn't do, right? They usually just let me go back there, but they were coming outside looking at me sideways, and I was like, "Man, what's going on?" And then when I got back to my truck, and I heard on the radio what had happened, I was like, "Oh." And then I said to myself, "But why are they mad at me? I didn't have nothing to do with the situation that happened at the Pentagon and in New York. I didn't have anything to do with that." But sometimes people will have the picnic mentality, where you just pick somebody, right? Especially in European society. Hey, we ain't got to get the right person. Just get somebody. Somebody's gonna pay for this, right? A lot of times. And so even we have adopted that. We in the Black community have adopted that craziness on occasion, right? But so even though I wasn't the person, but because they're upset at somebody, hey, the closest Negro will do, right? Right? You remember those old movies where when something happens, in a white community, man, and they don't have no specific answers for it. All the black men just disappear, right? Because they'll just find any black man they find, they just gonna string them up, right? They don't take it out on them, right? So that's the kind of stuff I was going through at that time, man. I was really being nervous I worked in a lot of the exclusively white areas, right? So I was very nervous going out there for the next 2 months, because white people was wilding out. They was like, you know, what's up? They was running up like, what you want? What you doing out here? Like, you know, I'm like, you know what I'm doing out here. I've been doing it out here, right? But they was wilding out. OG Patrice,
Yes, sir.
what's going on, good sister? How you doing today?
I'm good, good brother. How are you? Happy Sunday, grand rising, salute, and all that good stuff to you and the chat.
If I had 1,000 years to just for 1,000 years, just to say, thank you, God, for the blessings you gave me, it would not even be a small amount of how appreciative I am for the blessings that this God has given me. I am truly blessed to have people like yourself and other people around me and just people that love me. My wife made me a lunch today, right? Because she know the deal, man. And so, man, I'm like, man, you know, sometimes we running around, Patrice, in our lives so much, we don't realize the people that just really love us for us. No, no hoopla, no, you ain't got to prove nothing to them. They just love you for you. So when you ask me how am I doing, I'm doing quite well, sis, quite well. Hope you're doing even better, right?
I am, and that's good, and I really mean that, right? Because a lot of times when we say that to each other, we kind of say it to be proper, to be, you know, to be nice, and but do we really mean it? Because do we really want to sit and listen to somebody really tell us how they're doing? So when I say that, I try to say it with a purpose now to people that mean something to me, and you are so welcome, brother, and I feel the same way. And yeah, it is truly with everything that's going on in the world now, and then reminiscing back from 21 years ago to this day. Yeah,
Yeah,
man. And everything we've been through in the last couple of years, you know,
yeah,
with this pandemic and all this craziness going on and the racial tension, and it's a lot. It's a lot. So yeah, to really be blessed enough to sit on panels and have conversations, you know, with your people about just life and things in general on this day, and to have a remembrance of this day and what you were doing, and to all the people that lost their lives, and continuous prayers to them, and may their souls continue to rest in peace. Continuous prayers to the families that this tragic day affected. I can't even phantom or wrap my brain around, you know, what they went through. I know for me, uh, 9/11, 2021, I never forget it. I was asleep. I was asleep. I had just quit a job that I hated, and yeah, yeah, that's a story in and of itself. And I was just catching up on some much needed rest because I was stressed over that job. I literally used to have nightmares about that job. I'll tell this story at some point in time. But a week later, after I left that job, some people got investigated and went to jail. So
wow,
yeah, yeah, brother. That's why I say I remember like it was yesterday. And I knew that my son lived in New York. I knew that he did not work in the Twin Towers, but I knew that he would go there from time to time to conduct business regarding to the job that he was in. And he moved there to take a director's position. He was in nonprofit, which he still is now. He was a director of a program called City Year, and at the time, Clinton put City Year into made it. It was a nonprofit he created, and my son was the director. They relocated him to New York. He lived with I think two other roommates in downtown Manhattan, because you know how expensive it is to live there. So at the time, and he called me and woke me up out of my sleep and said, "Mom, cut on the TV." He said, "Two no, he said a plane just crashed into the World Trade Center, and it's crazy down here. They got all of us locked down. He was still in the building where he worked at, so they couldn't even get out the building where they were. Everybody
Oh
had to
man.
stay where they were. And I'm talking
Wow.
to him on the phone. You know, you waking up out of the sleep. I'm like, okay, he playing, he joking. Like, boy,
Right.
stop. I'm just waking up. Quit playing. He was like, no, Ma, I promise you, cut the TV on. And while I'm on the phone talking to him and watching the smoke coming from the first building, here comes the second plane into the
Oh
second. And when I tell you, bro, Clarence, I still thought I was dreaming. You know how you
yeah.
wake up. I thought that I was dreaming this, that my son was calling me and telling me this was happening. So I'm literally like looking around and like shaking my head. I'm like, no, this is real. Like, no, it's real. Um, and I'm just sitting there, sit up in my bed, just looking at the TV in total, in total awe, like I could not believe what my eyes was witnessing as I
Yeah.
was on the phone talking to my son. And then Ma, I gotta go. I'll call you back. They don't want nobody on the phones and everything because everything was starting to get the wires was getting tangled up downtown because people was, in New York, because so many people was calling 911. People was trying to call family members. Everything was chaos down there.
Yeah.
And I had to wait for hours just to hear back from my son. But I never forget it. That's what I was doing that day. I actually was at home, in the bed sleep. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I was out in the field. I was out in the field back then. I hadn't gotten into training yet, so I was still out in the field. And man, I mean, I remember I was in Venice, California. It's probably about 8 blocks away from the beach. You know what I mean? And people usually, Venice is a little eccentric area. It's very eccentric. You know what I mean? They got all types of people down there, right? A lot of hippies. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? So it's really that you really racism is really not a big thing. Is a thing that's usually down in Venice, right? Because they got so many different types of people that running around down there. But I mean, when this hit, but most of the homeowners are white people, and so I would say 95% of them are at least, right? So when this hit, and I was, you know, moving down this block, man, I was like, what's going on? And everybody had a bad attitude. And I was like, what? Okay, one dude had a bad attitude, right?
Everybody was suspect to everybody.
Everybody was upset, but nobody told me what was going on. They just had an attitude towards me. And so when I got to my truck and I found out what was going on, man, and then the next day I had to work in what was I working at the next day? The next day I think I was working in Pacific Palisades, another really, really exclusive area over there. A lot of actors and actresses live over there. And so it's really exclusive, very expensive. And so but I usually never had no problems when I went over there, right? Go over there, man. A couple times, man, people try to pull a weapon on me. I'm like, I said, man, what is
Oh,
going
wow.
on? I had to call my boss and say, hey, another person tried this. My day is over. My day is over because either I'm gonna take it from them and use it on them, or they're gonna use it on me, or something's gonna happen. So I don't want to be out here and have none of that stuff happen. So
Wow.
yeah, man, but it was bad. It took about probably 2 or 3 months for things to cool off enough to
So your
where
boss, Brooklyn, your boss was the one that informed you what was going down because you were out you were out in the field, so you had no idea.
no,
You're
no, no,
not
no.
listening.
Well. See what happened, Patrice. Where I had my own vehicle. I had a company vehicle, so I was just working this one block. Right, it was a couple places I had to go on this block. So I said, I'm gonna just knock them all out right here, so I could walk them. Right, because they're all on the same block. I don't have to drive my truck and then drive it to this house. I could just
Right.
walk. You know what I mean? So kind of like a post office loop, right? So I said,
Mhm,
okay, I'll just walk and hit them, right?
mhm.
And you know, all of this was happening right right as I'm leaving the truck, right? All this stuff is going on. So I don't know nothing
Right, that's what
until
I was saying, broker. I was saying you're not around the radio, you wasn't around the
right,
television,
I
so
wasn't
you
around
had no
nothing.
knowledge of what was going on. So what I'm saying to you is when you called your boss and said, "Hey, people acting funny, what's going on?" Was it your boss that informed you of what happened, what was
Oh
happening
no
in
no
your
no no
work?
no 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 no. You kind of confusing the two situations. The first situation was
Okay.
when I was actually out in Venice, California. The second situation I was talking about, I was out in the Pacific Palisades. So I already knew, right? Because it was a day or two later when this thing happened in Pacific Palisades. So I already knew what was going on at that point.
Okay,
And I
gotcha.
called my
Okay,
boss.
gotcha.
And I called
Gotcha.
my boss and said, "Hey, this stuff is going on out here. I don't know if those of us that look like me should be out here working because this is what's going on. People are out here pulling weapons and everything. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't, you know what I'm saying? So my boss was like, well, just handle it the best way you can. But if if you get to a certain situation, just come on in. Don't even worry about it. Don't worry about it. You let them let them deal with it. So I was like, okay, but fortunately, I've always been the kind of dude
Handle it the best way you can. That's what he told you instead of saying,
that's what she told me.
come
That's
on,
what
come on
was
in because it's crazy right now. Like, don't
right.
risk your life. It's not worth risking your
Yeah.
life. Like that was not the conversation.
No, that was not the conversation. She was like, yeah, okay, well, now she was, to give her credit, she was like, hey, if you feel like you need to come on in, but she didn't want
Okay.
to give the word to say come on in, right? She didn't want to be
Mm-hmm.
the one to say come in. She like left that up to me, right? So you if you feel like you can't work out there, I ain't trying to get you to work. Just come on in. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
do the
Right.
best you
So
can out there.
basically, enter at your own discretion or turn
Yes,
away
right.
at your own discretion. Right.
Because we was the kind of job I was doing, you really have you really your own boss, man. They give you get your work, and you can schedule your whole day for yourself. You can you know what I'm saying. So
Okay.
we pretty much so that's how they
Okay.
did us.
Okay. So let me ask you: were you an independent contractor?
No 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 no. I
Okay.
work for the
You
city.
worked for the company. Okay.
Yes.
For the city.
So yeah, work for the city. So they basically say, at the level that I was working at, they just say, hey, here's what we need done today. You
Mm-hmm.
schedule it however you want to. Here's a vehicle. Bon voyage. Do you get it done? If you get it done, you get it done early, you get it done later, whatever. But this is what we need done, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. So we was never like really micromanaged like that. We were allowed to pretty much do what we want. I mean, not do what we
Yeah.
want, but schedule our own days, right? So my point in saying that is we didn't have that micromanagement like most people. When you go to a job, the boss is all looking over your shoulder and checking in with you and have you completed this job? And we didn't have that. They just
Right.
you out there, you on your own, really, basically. Unless you have a problem, you check in. But other than that, we were just out there, take care of business.
Well, I would think Houston, it was a problem, right? Like when you call,
Yeah, well, it was that first day,
because
Patrice.
companies, right? I work in HR and payroll, right? So companies have to think about employees that are on the job working out in the field. You're still on the job, so that is a liability to the company. Say if a scenario was to happen, right? And it
Right.
happened while you're out there working, that could have possibly been a situation for the company. You know what I mean? If had something happened. So that's why
I
I was
think that
asking
I
the
think that
questions
first
I was
day I think that first day they let me come in. I think they told us all to come in. I think on that first day, because it was just so much going on. I think that first day they did, but after a while they tried to like let it die down, kind of like the pandemic. They try to let it come that die down. Hey, but anyway, Patrice, let's watch a little bit of can you take it? Can we watch a little bit of this footage?
yeah. Yeah, I'm good, and it's crazy because I have not watched any footage since the first day it happened because I said I don't want to watch it anymore. But this is the first time I'm watching it in 21 years.
Well, I
So
think what happened was they wouldn't. they wouldn't let none of it be played as long as Osama bin Laden was alive. I think
Okay.
things excuse me, things loosened up more once he passed away. All right, so we're gonna watch a little bit more of the coverage of 9/11 as it happened.
On after that, the probability of extension, as they call that, is high.
Take two. Take 2 and 2, 1. This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI agents, and you can see the two towers. A huge explosion now raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
I hope I live. I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind the car.
Anthony, you okay?
Please. Oh my God. Oh my Help me, Jesus! Help! Help!
All right, Patrice, you know that it's about 10:30 in the morning, right?
Yeah.
The sun is out. But what has happened here is one of the buildings has collapsed. I think it was how many stories? Maybe 100 stories, 103 stories, something like that, right? And it just all those windows, all those steel beam girders, all that stuff, just that jet fuel burned so hot, man, just burned it, the building, and it just distorted the structure, and the thing just just imploded on itself. Luckily, it didn't just fall over and damage other buildings. At least the way they designed it, it imploded on itself. At least, if any good thing could
Like
be.
watching a big demolition, and then also just looking at that again now, look like something straight out of a movie, right? Look
Right.
like something like a special effect that happens when they do an intentional explosion in a movie, like Independence Day. Remember when the whole something like that? It's like watching.
Right.
Yeah, it was like that right there was just like watching. Yeah.
Now, I don't know if they're gonna show it in this footage, but there was a security guard. There was a security guard that had told the people after the plane actually hit the building that she was working in, one of the towers. I don't know if it was the north one or the south one. She told the people that was outside to go back into the building.
I never heard that story, bro.
Oh my God, man! I'll try to find the footage. She told these people go back into the. Now, there was some people that had common sense that said, you know what? I don't care who this lady is. I'm not going. If a building's on fire, that's it. My day is over. Right?
I was just ready to say this, like you telling you a firefighter that's telling me to go back into the burning building, that I'll be safer inside.
I'm done. I'm done. Right? A firefighter, I would consider it. Right? This is a professional. He may have some information about what's something else that's going on. Right? But a person that works at the lobby of the building.
Bro, Clarence, I'm gonna have to call you out on this one now. Firefighters that come to save people that are in burning buildings are trying to get you out of the building. And once you out of the building and realizes that it's somebody of a loved one that is in that building, and you attempt to go in that building, the firefighters is not going to tell you or allow you or let you run back in that building. That's not going to happen.
I agree. I mean, I agree in most cases. I'm just saying maybe there's an active shooter and they're saying, hey, go back. Maybe they have some information. Let's say for some crazy reason, I don't think any firefighter would tell you go back into a burning building.
Bro, Clarence, listen to yourself. So they're going to tell you to run back into the building where the active shooter is?
No. I'm saying there might be a even bigger danger outside. I'm just trying to throw some ideas out there. Why a firefighter would even tell you something crazy like that? I don't believe any firefighter would tell you go back into a burning building. But let's just say for the outside reason, a firefighter was telling you something like that. You at least you would think about it because this is a professional. We talking about somebody who is sitting at the counter when you walk into the building. Right.
But you also talking about somebody, yes, even though he's skilled and experienced, the building is burning inside where I am. I've made it out. Why would I even listen to a firefighter that says
That's my
go back in
point.
the building?
That's my point. I wouldn't even listen to a firefighter. I mean, consider it maybe, but I'm still gonna go with my first mind and say I'm getting out of here. I don't care what you say. I'm gone. Right? I'm out. My common sense is telling me, don't you go back into no burning building. So I ain't going back in there. That's me, right? And that's most of us, right? Most of us would think that way. But some of these people unfortunately lost their life. That's why I was talking about earlier, Patrice. You got to watch who you listen to. Got to watch who you roll with. Because who you listen to.
We got people telling us to go back into the burning building on these YouTube streets,
right? Right?
In some shape, form, or fashion, right?
We got to watch who we listening to.
And this reminds me of the speech that Martin Luther King said when he said, "I fear that I have integrated my people into a burning fire." He was talking about when integration happened, when the races integrated, he realized that he perhaps made the biggest mistake of his life with this whole movement and wanting integration of the races. And when he said that speech, speech, and that was the Two America speech, not the I Have a Dream speech. Let's be clear.
Right.
But he realized that there was two Americas, right? And he said when all of the hoopla was happening about the integration and desegregation and this and that, all of that, and he realized that the treatment that was still being given to blacks in the schools when the integration happened, he said, I believe I have integrated my people into a burning house.
Yeah, unfortunately, and that situation was behind Lyndon Johnson not giving him the money because Lyndon Johnson had been promising Martin Luther King for all these years. Hey, yeah, I got put some money to the side to do all these different things, and then they ran and jumped into the Vietnam War.
That's the 40 acres and a mule money that we never got, that we still fighting for reparations on, right?
Right. But Lyndon Johnson had said, hey, I'm gonna, because Martin Luther King said, hey man, if you give us money, we can turn this thing around. Look at the Panthers. The Panthers are feeding people. They're giving kids shoes, and they're giving kids breakfast, and they're doing it all on donations. If you give us the money, we can do it. So don't tell me it can't be done because the Panthers out here doing it, right?
Right. And let's stay on the subject because I want to sway back over. I'm just saying, why would you tell, and I'm talking about this security guard specifically,
I'm gonna find that.
People that are running out of a building that is falling down on top of them to run back into it. That just
I have
absolutely
no idea.
no sense. And it's so ludicrous. And it's a wonder she was not held liable. I know she probably at least was fired
Oh
from her
no,
job, but
she's gone.
not
She's
held
gone.
liable for telling those people to do that.
No, she's gone. She's gone, Patrice. She's not. She unfortunately lost her life in that situation too.
Oh, she lost her life. Oh wow.
Yeah. She told me to come back in.
So then she must have went back in the way she was telling some of those people to go back in, and they met their demise, right?
Right.
That's
The
oh
building
wow.
came down.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So that's why I was saying, we got to watch the company you keep. You got to watch the people who you following, because they might pull you into something. I made the analogy about somebody coming on my live stream not too long ago, discussing this situation. Hey, Clarence, what did you think about this and this and that? And they are talking about a specific person. I had no clue they was talking about this person, right?
So they trying to integrate you into the burning house.
Exactly. But the wicked part of it is I don't know. It's just a different thing when you know. When you know what's going on, then you can make a better assessment of what's going on and decide whether you're going to participate. But the wicked way it was done, I had no clue. And the person made sure to cloak it and hide the identity of the person that they was talking about, and hide the situation from me, the full details of the situation, so that I would think it was a random situation that they was talking about. But it wasn't a random situation. That's why we gotta really listen to when you're on these panels, you gotta really listen. And then somebody bring you up. Hey, Vaughn did this, ask Vaughn. Right? You like, what? Ask Patrice. Right? You like, what the hell? I didn't have nothing to do with that, right? But what's up, Vaughn? Let me bring Vaughn into the conversation, Patrice. What's up, Vaughn? What's going on with you?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I'm surprised I'm
Going
here
on, brother?
I'm surprised I'm here that I even have a voice to talk today.
Man,
as much
did,
talking as we did yesterday, man. Wow. But nevertheless, I'm here to,
and
share my little.
Did Bolo show out yesterday, Vaughn? Did Bolo show out at the end? Oh,
awesome at the last minute too. He just kept $5 us and $5 in us and $5 in us. Man, that was awesome.
Yeah, shout out to Bolo. Shout out to Bolo.
That
wait a minute. So Bolo was doing this.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He showed out. He showed out big time.
Big
time.
Yeah.
Shout out to him.
Wow.
Shout out to him.
But
all right. What's going on, Vaughn?
Yeah, the question, where were you? And I remember specifically what happened that particular day, because I was living on the north side of Chicago at the time, and I was working for a dialysis a unit, actually a company where I go out and do dialysis at different hospitals. So I got a call from one of the supervisors to give me an assignment for that day. And they were like, "Oh, have you been looking at the news?" And I said, "No, I'm just waking up. Where do you want me to go?" And she said, "You haven't seen the news yet?" And so I said, "No, So she gave me my assignment, and I quickly looked at the news while I was getting prepared to go to work. I believe I had to work on the west side of Chicago that particular day at a hospital named St. Anthony's. I don't know if you know where St. Anthony's is, Patrice.
Oh yeah, I know what St. Anthony's is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And so anyway, I watched it on the news, and then on my way, of course, I'm listening to the news on the radio, in the car, and it didn't really hit me until I got all the way on the west side, and I was driving down California Street. And man, let me tell you, I became angry because I felt like someone had came in my house and violated me. Do you know what I'm saying? I felt like we were burglarized.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so I began to get angry about the situation. How dare someone do something like that, you know. And it was a terrible day, you know. And then later on after work and even on the job, I'm looking at the footage, you know, while the patient is on dialysis. You know, they have TV in their room, so I'm looking at the footage and all of this stuff of what's going on. And man, it was terrible, man. You know, I couldn't even believe, and just like Patrice said, it just seemed like it was a movie. You know, when the buildings fell the way they did, it just looked like a scene out of a movie, but it was real. It was real. And I said, wow, you know, and then at that point, now everyone is so up in the air, you know, security is heightened. Remember that? You know, everywhere you went, security
Oh
was
yeah.
heightened.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
man, you know, they weren't playing, you know. And man, it was just a crazy day, you know, to wake up to that type of news, you know, and still not really catch it until, you know, you drive half across the city. You know what I'm saying? And then it just hit me. And actually I was so angry, like a tear came to my eye, because, you know, I really felt like it was an intrusion
Oh, it
of
was.
my space, of where I
Mhm.
live, of my home. You
Yep.
know what I'm saying? And I didn't know at that time what the outcome would be. You know, will there be more attacks? Like, what's going on? Like, what, or they, you know, people were scared to get
Exactly.
on the subway. Come on,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
It was
And I
like
happened to
it's
have a
like the
car at that
world
time. I
stood
didn't have
still.
to catch the train.
Right, but it was like still all over, and it was like the world
Wow.
stood still for that moment. And
Yeah.
it took me a minute to get past the shock part of it, and then to
Right.
go through the other emotion part of the anger, the
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
sadness, the just condemnation. It's like, oh, we better do something. We better do something. You know, it was just like, it was all that. It was just a
Yeah.
big ball of emotion and confusion going on.
Yeah. And then, you know, and then the whole situation with everyone that was an Arab. You remember, guys? You know,
Oh my
we were
God.
looking at everybody suspiciously. I mean, you couldn't get on the train.
Side
You know,
eyeing
if you had
everybody.
to, and those beards, you know, those beards were very familiar. That's
The
why when us
turban.
brothers start wearing those beards like that, I said, man, you know, we look, you know, like these Arabs now. I can't tell if you're a terrorist or if you're black.
And
But
don't wear a turban and the beard. Oh boy.
man, do you know what I'm saying? And so a lot of the Muslim, and it was
And
really sad too, because
Israelites, the Hebrew Israelites,
yeah,
those.
they were really under attack.
Yeah,
You
they were
remember that,
targeted.
Oh
Brother
yeah.
Clarence?
Oh yeah, I
You know,
remember. I remember that.
they were attacking their mosque and all kind of
Mm-hmm.
things, and
Mm-hmm.
and these people really didn't even have anything to do with it. You know what I'm
True.
saying? So it was a really bad time, guys. It was really bad.
It really was. Yeah, it really
Yeah.
was for the younger generation. Like I heard Wally say, or yeah, Wally. I think he said he was 7 years old. I'm like, thank God you didn't have a clear understanding, being that age of what really was
Hmm.
happening and going on in the world. Because man, I tell you, it was absolutely chaos and confusion and high emotions, and people were on edge, and people was just arguing and getting into it in the streets and in the businesses. It was absolutely insane.
So
It,
now
it
wait a
was.
minute. Wait a minute. So what is this part about the people were being advised to re-enter a building? Because I never heard that before. Now what was that
I
about?
had never heard that
Right.
either. That's why the bro Clarence said he was gonna try to find the
That
footage out, because
Can't find
I,
it. They have gotten rid of it some kind, because I'm trying to find it now, and I can't.
wow.
There was this
Okay,
girl
so what?
security
So
guard.
they were instructing them to go back in the building.
This girl security guard, this sister, was instructing people that was they were like standing outside looking up, looking at the fire coming from the building, right? This girl security guard comes out and says, "Hey, come on back in the building." Now, it's probably about maybe 50, 75 people out there, right? Uh,
mm-hmm.
most of them went back into the building
Oh my,
because they were
Wow.
showing this live, right? Just showing this.
I never heard this story.
Okay, so she took about maybe, I don't know, 50 or so of them back into the building, telling them
Oh my
you
God.
safer if you come back into the building. Of course, the other group is like, they had the common sense to say, okay,
But
I know you
then
need the
too,
room.
brother Clarence, you know, we never expected for that building to crumble and fall that way. You know what I'm saying? We
I
thought that
know
the
that. I
fire
know
would
that.
just be
Yeah,
contained at the
Vaughn,
top.
but
And
why go into a building that's
no,
burning?
I
That
know
just
that.
don't
listen,
make
no. I
sense.
agree. I agree. That whole concept sounds very strange to me.
Right.
But you know, looking at it, the top of the tower was on fire. So, you know, they're trying to figure out how to you know, diffuse that. But I guess what was happening, if you think about it, the weight of the plane that probably was in the building, I think one of them actually went through. But just the weight of the like you said, the steel and everything that's collapsing at the top, you know, just went from floor to floor to floor. And it just, man, it was just crazy to see something like that. I'll never forget it.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna just tell, and all of us know this. We all know this for sure. But if a building's on fire and you're outside of that building, you keep walking, right? I don't care who comes out and says, "Hey, you probably be safer coming back in," especially a security guard that's sitting at the desk that doesn't know what's going on. Hey, do you know what happened? I don't know what happened. It was an explosion, but it's under control.
Wow.
No, no, she's telling everybody,
But
"Oh,
you
it's under
would have to
control."
think, and you would have to think, even though, you know, it hit at a top level floor, you have to think something that huge, like an airplane, the impact that it made into that building, even at a top level, you got to think in your mind, it's going to toggle down, it's going to trickle down.
But
That's
I
natural
wonder,
gravity.
yeah, I wonder if they knew that
no,
that would happen when they crashed in it. What was it intentional? Because I wonder if they knew that by crashing into it at the top, it will eventually crumble the whole
oh
building.
yeah, they knew, they knew,
Yeah,
They
bro. Yeah,
they
they
knew.
they
knew.
knew, they knew.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Because
But you
Yeah.
know, can you imagine? Can you imagine the individual that's flying the plane and he's willing to die for his cause? I mean,
yeah,
that's pretty deep, man.
Well,
yeah.
You know,
that's what they do over
that's
there. That's those
crazy.
chiefs. That's those people. You know,
It's
you
like
know
you're on
what
a
they call
suicide mission, you know? It's like a
well, they
suicide
were.
mission.
Well, that's
They
that's
were on one. That's what they were on, bro. They
well,
were on exactly that.
that's why soldiers respect each other because they're all doing that. Now, the Marines, U.S.
Wow, wow.
Marines, the U.S. Marines have a saying where they say, "Let that man die for his cause. You don't die for your cause. Let him die for his cause." Right? So basically saying, "Hey, if you can help it, if you can help him to die for his cause, help him die for it. Let him die for his cause. We
But
want.
then
I
you
want
know
to
the crazy part, Brother
live for
Clarence,
your
was
cause."
I'm sorry. The crazy part was um the fact that these people were trained by us to fly these
Mm-hmm.
planes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That
You know
was
what
a
I'm
whole.
saying? You never
That
know
was
how
a
people are
whole
gonna you never
debacle.
know how people are gonna just creep in and
Oh,
slip
that
in.
was a whole tobacco, and you know they went in on the Bush family for that because you know it was allowed. It was allowed.
Now I wonder
Well,
what they have to put in place since that time, because I mean that was a serious issue. I mean, we literally trained these people to be pilots.
I'm sure you have to be a citizen now. You have to be. They have to be able to find out. They got to have a way to put a finger on you. So you can't just
Wow.
come over here. See what happened was with that situation. They dropped so much money on these
Mhm.
instructors.
Yeah,
They wasn't concerned about what they might do. They just said, "Hey, they're paying me 50 grand to train them, right? Normally you probably get about what 5 or 6 grand to train somebody for all the training, and these guys willing to pay 10 times the price or whatever they paid, over the price to get trained." And I
yeah.
think it
That's
was
our
one
that's
guy that
our greed
called.
though. That's our problem in America because of the
Yeah, I think
capitalism
it was
and the
one
greed.
one school that called and said, you know, this looks kind of funny here. They never heard back, right? And they never heard nothing back. But like I said, a lot of this type of information is not being released because I remember I was watching it. See, and Sister Enya said, yeah, that's true. Because I was watching it when they were showing the footage of the sister saying, everybody please come back into the building. They looking up at the and now
Man, I
I'm
would
gonna
have
give you
looked at her crazy, like you must be out your mind.
right. Well, see, they didn't know Vaughn. They didn't know that a plane had hit the building. They just looking at the building and they trying to figure out why is it on fire. What happened? Was it an explosion or something like that? Like you try to explain to a normal person that an airplane has just hit the building. They're gonna be like, "What you talking about, man? It ain't happening. Something
Well,
must have
listen,
happened."
I live in an apartment building, and guess what? If upstairs is on fire, I'm not staying in here. I'm getting
That's
up
what I'm
out of
saying,
here
Vaughn. It didn't make
until they
no
either
sense.
put it out or whatever they're gonna do. But
Yeah,
no,
it didn't make no earthly sense. I don't know why that sister said what she said.
Wow.
Now I could see if they were saying something was going on outside, it's better to
That's
stay
what I'm saying.
inside.
That's what I'm saying.
But
They didn't know what was going on.
it happened in the building where they were. Why would you contain people?
Well, maybe they thought it's a ground attack as well, right? So my position is, hey, I'd rather take the chance on the ground attack than that fire and that building coming down on me. Let me take my chances out here because building on fire, that's guaranteed problems. Guaranteed. I might make it out of this ground fight, but that building, and it's just what happened, man. I think about probably 10 minutes after she put the people in there, man, that thing just fell. It just collapsed on itself. Boom. You see all
like
the
a
glass
snowball
flying
effect.
everywhere. Yeah, you see the glass flying everywhere, the steel girders flying all over. I mean, it's just a mess,
I
right?
mean, to when I was on the phone with my son and witnessing with my own eyes on television, the second plane going into the other building, and then even watching live on TV, watching people jumping,
Yeah, that part
watching them. They rather jump to their demise than
and
burn
burn.
alive. Like
That was crazy, man. That was crazy.
just what? Oh my God!
And you
You
could see them. I mean, literally in their suits,
could
in
literally
their.
see them.
I mean, they were in business attire and
Yeah.
just jumping out. Just hey, I'd rather just jump from that height. From that height,
Because
that was a tall
think
building.
and I think
How many floors
a
was?
hundred. It was 100 and some, and I think that they chose
Wow,
to do it that way
wow.
because yeah, I'm not sure, but rumor has it that if you jump from that type of height, you're usually dead before you hit the ground. So maybe that is why they chose that way to go than to burn alive, if that makes sense.
Wow.
I'm gonna find out.
Man.
I'm
Crazy.
gonna find out right now how hot jet fuel burns at.
Man, you know what? I really hate to have to relive this right now.
Yeah,
But we are, we're going over it and in memoriam of all of the people who
absolutely,
passed and lost their
absolutely,
lives or lost their loved ones. But it is
absolutely.
definitely a very hard topic.
But
Oh,
is it not like now looking back in retrospect to believe that you witnessed that? Is it not right now like you're watching a movie on TV like right now, looking
yeah.
at that? It's
Yeah.
all
Oh
that's
yeah,
what it's like you're at the movie
definitely.
theater or you watching
Well,
something on TV.
hold on,
That's
y'all.
what it feels like.
Let me tell y'all, the maximum flame temperature increase for burning hydrocarbons, jet fuel in air is thus about 1,000 degrees Celsius,
God.
hardly sufficient to melt steel at 15,000. Right? Does jet fuel burn hotter than gas? Once vaporized, however, jet fuel is extremely flammable and burns at much higher temperature than other fuels. Holy Smokes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
So
sure they felt that
I
heat.
believe that a decision was made. That heat was on them,
Yeah.
and they said, "I will take my chances going this way than doing it that way." That's
I
what,
mean, they
if
felt
that
that
makes
heat and
sense.
couldn't take it no
You
more.
think about, because normally they say when you fall from high-rise buildings, like up high, they usually say you're deleted before you hit the ground. So maybe that's why they chose that route.
Yeah. And I remember they said that one guy had a parachute and he couldn't even deploy it because everybody was fighting him over it. So
Oh my
they didn't
God.
believe him. They ended up they
You're telling stories I never heard, bro,
Oh
Clarence.
yeah, man. They had a lot of different stuff going on, man. People was trying to get out of there.
Well, if
And
I
then
worked on 100th floor, definitely I would want to be equipped with a parachute.
right.
Hello?
I had a parachute, just
I
one of
mean,
those
that
guys.
makes sense. That makes
Like
sense.
one of those guys that just carried a
Definitely makes
parachute,
sense.
but nobody would let him deploy it because he couldn't, because they were all trying to get out. They were all trying to jumping for
Trying
it,
to
bro.
hang on. Wow.
Yeah, man.
That's
So he
crazy.
couldn't do anything. All right, so let's watch the rest of the video, y'all. Let's see what
Okay.
what else is going on. This is the point at which one of the towers has come down. I don't know if both of them have come down by now, but at least one of them come down. It's actually 10:30 in the morning. The sun is out, but because a building has collapsed around all that stuff and all that smoke and debris is floating around in the air, this is what it looks like out there.
I'll tell you that I can't see that second tower, but there was a cascade of sparks and fire, and now it looks almost like a mushroom cloud explosion, this huge billowing smoke in the second tower. This was the second of the two towers hit.
Now this is what it looked like moments ago. My God.
The remains of a airplane crash over on Lambertsville Road, and probably had a terrorist bomb on board that blew up. Don't know anything more than that. That's what I heard on the scanner. I just saw the smoke come up, and the explosion shook the house clear over here, and we are, what, 15 miles from Lambertsville.
In Washington, there is a large fire at the Pentagon. The Pentagon has been evacuated. And there's, you can see, perhaps the second tower, the front tower, the top portion of which is collapsing. Good Lord. There are no words.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
We have a report that a 747 is down in Pennsylvania, and that remains unconfirmed at this point, and so we will check on that.
Oh yeah, that's the Pentagon.
Yeah, that was a crazy day. Crazy.
Good evening.
So,
Today, our fellow
so
citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. Thousands.
All right, y'all. Yeah, man, it was a really ugly situation.
it's like watching a movie right now.
Yeah, man, and it was just so, you know, and y'all, the reason why I remember about the security guard is because I was thinking to myself, just like you guys, that don't make no sense to go back into a building that's on fire. I don't know why.
And again, bro, Clarence, it makes you go back to improper training for some security guards, police officers, anybody that is in any type of law enforcement or security. Like, are you guys? Do you guys really know what you're doing?
Well, I'm sure she probably got instructions from above and get those people back inside, right? But
Yeah,
to
but
me,
in what scenario though? You got to think about the scenario that will cause the people to that she would be trained to tell people to go back inside of a burning building. Like what
crazy,
type of training was
crazy,
that?
crazy, crazy, right? Who tells a person to go back? That's why it registers in my brain because I could never understand it. It was such a contradiction of the reality of what was going on. I was just like, what? How are you going to? And then and people went with her.
And that has to spark the way everybody, especially security guards and police officers in New York, needed to be trained when it comes to terrorist attacks. If this situation did not spark, even all around the world in other cities, security officers, police officers, anybody that has firefight, anybody like, because I remember them talking about specific training now that police officers and firefighters were having after 9/11. But now it's 21 years later. Are they still doing that type of training? Because America is still vulnerable right today. Look what just happened 2 years ago when a pandemic came over here from where another country. Hello. So how vulnerable are we right now as a nation, as a country? I mean, think about it.
That's why I'm constantly stressing that we got to watch who we listen to. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure that the little sister meant well. I'm sure her intention was to help the people, right?
Mhm.
But because, like you said, Patrice, she didn't have the right training and she just didn't use her common sense. There's no way I'm going to encourage people to go back into a burning building that they're already outside of. Just no way. I mean, and if I'm working as a security guard, that's my last day. This
Yeah.
building's on fire.
Hello.
That's it. I'm over. My
That's
day is
it.
over.
That's
Right?
it. I'm gonna get me and as many people out as I can to save their lives. And I don't care what your training was. I'm not going back into a burning building. That's my last day. If I got to lose my job on that one, on everything I love in this world, that ain't happening.
Right. Because you can
So
always
again,
rebuild.
what kind of training
Now, I
did
will say,
that sister get that
I
will
know.
tell her to have people go back in to somewhere where they meet their demise, including herself?
Yes. Yeah. Because y'all
And
saw that
right
building
now,
come down.
today, we have been so vulnerable as a nation where a whole pandemic has been allowed to infiltrate into our country. So how safe are we? What kind of training are our men in blue and red and these security officers and firefighters and all what, like, where are they at now with train? They can't even get proper training to know how to handle and de-escalate situations right here in America. Imagine a terrorist attack.
Well, what we got to do,
Nation.
what we got to do, y'all, is we got to tip our hats to the New York Fire Department, man. Because
And other fire departments around the world that came to
exactly,
help.
they
Yes.
ran into this building, right? They
Yeah.
ran into a building that's
They
on
running
fire.
in. They running in. That's their job, right? That's what they got paid for. So why would that sister tell those people to run, regular civilians to run into a burning building? Make me understand that.
I have no idea. I have no idea why she would do that, except for maybe the owners of the building relayed that, hey, we don't want nothing to fall on nobody, so come on into the building. At least nothing's gonna fall on you, right? I mean, maybe that was their thinking, right? The owners of the building said, well, if people are standing around, windows bust because of the heat, glass hit them, or whatever hits them, then they're gonna sue us. So bring them back into the building, right? Instead of saying, "Hey, get out of here, go get us, get a biggest radius around this building as you can.
Exactly. Like
So
leave the entire area.
exactly. Go
You know,
home.
do it,
Go
and like
home.
they say in Chicago, do it moving.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Do it
But
moving.
instead of saying that, instead of doing that, they told the person, they told the people, hey, come back into the building. Right now, I'm sure she was just following orders. What does she know whether it's safe to go into the building or not? What does she know? Right. So she don't
You
even know
gotta
because they were
you gotta know when not to follow orders and when not to
asking.
when
Right.
and
This
when
is
to
my
break
point, Patrice.
protocol.
This is
Yeah,
my point.
yeah, that's
So
messed
you
up.
got to know when it's time to use your common sense and say, nah, no, thank you. I know you got a degree. I know you, but this does not make sense to me.
Okay, so
And
now here's another question that I have, since we have Brother Bush up here on the screen. Now, how do you think, between both of you all, because I'm pretty sure you remember, how do you think he handled this situation?
Now, I will say when he got the news, when he was in that class with those students, I get the part that he was trying not to cause alarm because you're around children. I get that. But what he should have done was got his tush out of that chair, made an announcement to the teacher or the students, or had someone, his staff, make an announcement. Emergency has just come up and the president has to leave. He'll come back at another time to address it and immediately leave with his staff. That's what he should have done. Now I don't say need. Yeah, I think when he first was told, I think the stoic face and the trying to save face because you're in front of children, you don't want to cause alarm. I get that. I
Right,
get that.
right.
As a president, you got to hold your composure. You got to be cool, calm, cool, and collected, as they say. I get that. And you're in front of children. So now it's about the safety of those children, number one. So
So
excuse yourself and leave immediately to go take care of the
whatever
issues
needs, right.
of our country.
Okay, so once he did do that, and do you think that he handled the situation well, or once he got into it and investigating and all of this press conferences, do you think that he handled the situation the best that he could?
No, I think he could have done better. I think it's at that at some point after that it started to get to be a name game, a tag, tag. You guys allowed this, you guys accepted that, you got okay. Well, at the end of the day, you're the president of the United States. You're the leader of the free world over here, dude. The buck stops with you. And what happened was his family ended up being tied to some of that mess over there in Florida where those people were trained at that aircraft where they got
What?
that
Wait a minute,
training.
I didn't hear that part.
Oh, you didn't hear that? Now I knew that part.
Did you
Yeah.
know that, Brother Clarence?
What's
No,
that?
I didn't know that. I had no idea about that part you're talking about.
About what? What part?
About the Bush family being tied to the funding or something, or the money that had something to do with the people that were trained in Florida at
Oh,
one of those air places where the one of those planes was crashed. Some of those people over there in Florida trained these guys that ran into the towers, and it got connected and tied back to the Bush family.
I did know that they got trained in America, but I didn't know that the Bush family had something to do with it.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. That's news to me.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
part was in the news. Now, I'm not saying it was true. I'm saying that it was rumored that they were tied. I don't know if it was proven, so I can't say that. So I have to say allegedly that it was some ties back to the Bush family and knowing some of those having some of those connections to those people over in the Middle East, over abroad, over there that were being trained here in America.
Wow.
Now I did know that the Bush family and the Saudi government was really close with each other. I did know that.
Oh, really? At the time?
Yeah, at the time they were really close with each other.
Wow.
So, because what's called him had freed Kuwait. His daddy had freed Kuwait, right? because when Saddam went into Kuwait and took the oil fields, Bush's father went in. Operation Desert Storm went in there. It took all that stuff back from Saddam Hussein, and so the king of Saudi Arabia was very. I'm sure he was more than appreciative and showed his appreciation in a number of different ways to the Bush family.
Right. That was and it all ties into that. And then I know one of the training came from an air pilot training school out of Florida. I do remember
Right.
that.
Right. Right. All right, y'all. Let's finish this up. But wait, Vaughn. You asked a question, right? Did you ask a question? What was the question you asked again, Vaughn?
I answered he yeah,
But,
so
but
you
what about
answered.
me, Patrice? Can I get an answer? Can
I
I get
just
the
said
time?
you answer now, bro. I just said that.
Wait, what are you answering?
I forgot, man. What was the question that you asked?
No, I was just asking, how do you feel at the time
Oh,
that
how did Bush handle the situation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Overall, was
Okay.
he
Overall, he did terrible, in my opinion.
okay?
And I'm gonna tell you why he did terrible.
Yeah, and that's what I want to hear. That's
I'll
exactly
tell
what
you
I wanted to hear.
Because basically, like what we doing here, we got the food, the fund drive. We got the fund drive, right? We're very transparent about everything, right? We're letting you know, hey, this is what's got going on. This is what we got. This is what we're gonna do with the money. This is what we're very transparent about everything, right? They were not. They were not very transparent about a lot of different stuff. So, for example, they went in there and bombed up Iraq, right? Said they would not give up their weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, I
And then
remember that.
right? Okay, so remember the guy that was like the head of the team who came out and said, "I'm a Republican and this is terrible." This man made us go to places that they knew was locked, they knew was deserted places, so that we could report back and say they wouldn't let us in, right? They were sending them to facilities that they knew was nobody was there.
Wow.
And then they were saying, oh, well, if the Iraqis won't let us into these facilities. They already know. They not, you know what I'm saying? And they're not telling the Iraqi, they just showing up. Of course there's nobody there. It's locked up. So this guy was telling them the whole situation, saying there was no weapons of mass destruction. There was none. But he used that to go in and attack Iraq based on the situation that happened in 9/11.
And remember when they found Hussein? Was there any weapons of mass destruction?
No.
None.
But that was a whole nother thing. But they didn't. So what I'm saying is, and then they had this video, right? I don't know if you guys saw this, but they had a video of Osama bin Laden speaking in a cave, saying, I ordered this situation, I made it happen, right? Allegedly saying this stuff, right? In this language called Farsi, which they supposedly speak in that part of the country, a part of the world, right? But they weren't transparent with us and telling us, hey, let's get 3 or 4 other people who speak Farsi and let's get them all together and let's see if this is being translated properly. That never happened, right? So we don't know what this man is saying. They're telling us what he's saying. You feel me? If you don't speak French and somebody else is and a French person is talking, and the person that speaks, the person
that's translating,
is supposed to be translating, is telling you, hey, this person is talking about your shoes, Vaughn.
Right.
You're looking at him crazy, like, man, why are you talking about my shoes? What's going on? Now you got an attitude with him, and it's not even him. You might not even be saying that.
Exactly.
So my point was, that was never verified to us.
That's crazy.
That's the media for you, though. That's how they.
This is my point. Why I feel that way. Osama bin Laden, and if he's guilty, hey, I'm with it. Let's do what we got to do, right?
Now, if I remember correctly, wasn't the mayor Giuliani, whatever his name is, wasn't he the mayor at the time when this happened? Or was it what was it?
It was Giuliani, I think.
Yeah, it was Giuliani. It was Giuliani. Yes, it was.
Right. Yeah, because I remember him and Bush kind of being, in cahoots with each other during this process. He had a great deal to say about it.
Do you all remember watching the video news coverage that day when they actually got Hussein coming out of the tunnel? Did y'all watch that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
because you know they captured him alive. I mean, and where
I think
was
everybody saw that.
yeah, I never forget that day. I'm like, oh, we got him, da da da, and we gonna get all these weapons of mass destruction, all this hype, all this everything they saying because he's trying to do this, da 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 da. Yeah, right.
And
Where's
and
that?
this was during Obama's reign, right?
Yes.
No,
Right.
yeah. Oh no.
Mhm.
You talking about Bin Laden with Obama? I'm
Right.
talking about
Oh,
Hussein.
oh
Hussein
yeah,
was
yeah. Oh yeah.
destroyed.
Oh
I think
wow.
I think I think
Oh yeah,
you got
with
it right.
Hussein, man. Did you see the footage of his execution?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, yeah.
Man, that was
Yeah,
that.
Hussein is
Yeah.
doing Bush too. So yeah, so my thing is, and you know, he didn't handle Katrina right, right? We all know
Mm.
that Bush administration did not handle the Katrina crisis right. Okay, so did we expect him to handle a world thing
Yeah, no,
like
I
this
agree with that.
where there's a bunch of
That's the only thing I'm saying is
That
that
that Katrina thing was
it
horrible.
should have
That
been verified. Things should be verified. Shouldn't be. You can't just say, "Oh, this person is saying that um they're taking responsibility for the situation." Well, how do we know that?
right.
You know what I'm saying? We don't
No,
speak
but
partially.
he took two major L's up under him. But is he claiming them? No. But we know he got Katrina and this whole 9/11
Katrina was
situation. But is
another
he
one.
claiming them under his reign?
Katrina was another one, right? But my point is, with this particular situation, if you're going to tell people, if you and then you know what their excuse was when they said, hey, we just gonna go after him. I think they put a $20 million bounty on Osama bin Laden, right? And they said, you know, wanted dead or alive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they said, well, aren't you supposed to come in and bring him in and talk and have a trial and everything? They said he's not an American. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that for him. He's not an American. We don't have to do that,
wow.
right? So
Because do you really want him to talk? Do you really want him
oh,
to talk? See,
you don't want him to talk because he can go back some years.
right. And
Osama bin Laden
so,
can go back some years. He can go back to the Afghanistan of the Russian and Afghanistan war, where the Americans were giving the Afghans money and guns. See,
oh,
he
you
can go
mean
back
like
to
we still
1990.
doing it like we're doing the Ukraine now? Is that what
Yes,
you're talking about?
yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Osama bin
you
Laden
Wow.
can
know
go back, man.
right.
He can
You
go
know they
back
didn't want him
in
to talk. Come
1990.
on now. They didn't want
Right,
him to
right.
talk.
That's why
And
they
and Osama's bin Laden thing went all the way from it started with Bush, but it ran into the Obama administration. So when it happened with
no. Osama bin Laden goes back to
well, no,
Reagan.
no, I know that. Oh, yeah, I know that. But I'm
Yeah.
saying at the peak of
Oh,
it, when
okay.
we were trying to capture him, it was at the end of the Bush reign, all the way into the top of
Obama.
Obama's reign. So
Yeah.
yeah. Mhm. But
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
he go way back. Oh yeah,
He
they
go
want that man to
way
talk.
back.
They believe me, they wanted to capture him DEAD on arrival.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There was one
Now,
mouth
you
they
know
did
what? I
not
don't
want to
remember.
clap.
Did they ever show like the proof of his dead body or anything? Bin Laden?
No.
No,
Because
no.
now here's another thing they said. Oh well,
I mean, did somebody see it at
we
least
don't want
where they could
but they said that
verify it?
the Delta Force or whatever that took him out, they're the ones that dropped him off in the ocean, right? But my point is, they didn't want to see. Well, when they went and got him, they shot his son, they shot his wife,
Mm.
right?
Wow.
Yeah,
Dang.
they shot a bunch of people trying to get to him, right? But my point is that we gotta have, like, if you gotta we listen to this man, and the people was so upset over what happened at 9/11, they didn't care who got put on the steak grill, who got put on the shish kebab grill. Okay, so you don't like Saddam Hussein, you don't like him, you don't like the way he runs his country, but that's his country. He can run it the way he want to run it, right? And if he does something aggressive to America, now you got the room to step in, right? But now you just gonna say, well, you Now we going after you. Since we can't catch Osama bin Laden, we're going after you. We finna come in and under the guise of a war on terror, right? We're gonna go in and take out the Taliban or whatever who weren't even in Iraq, right? They weren't even in there. And so so now they can't say that. So now we got to say, oh, you got weapons of mass destruction, you ain't showing them to us. When they knew already that they don't have weapons of mass destruction, they already knew that. They got heat sensors and everything. They know already they don't have that stuff, right? But and like that guy was saying, he was on the chief task force where they actually went to Iraq, went all over Iraq looking for these weapons of mass destruction, and the government would give them locations to go to that was abandoned, and then they had to, and then make them put out a report saying that the Iraqis wouldn't have let them in, as if they was there and just refusing to open the door. But then that wasn't the case. The case was you sending them to abandoned properties.
Yeah,
right?
nobody's home. Nobody's home.
Right?
We moved.
but just a bunch of stuff like that. So that's why I say he could have handled this much better with much more transparency.
Yeah,
And
okay.
I know, a lot of times that they don't want to do that, right? Because they feel and their excuse is, oh, this is a save the American people, right? Or we want to keep the sanctity of the presidency, and so certain information that classified, we can't let that information out. But just to speak, just to have somebody verifying. But if you're going to come out and tell the people this is what this person's saying, then you should verify it a couple of different ways, right? That's all I'm saying. So,
And we are not questioning it. We just believe in the hype of the media.
exactly,
We're
and
not
so
researching, questioning it, or anything like that as a country or as a nation. We're just believing the hype of the media. And that's the problem right now. We just, because somebody got a platform, and they got a large following, and they are influencers the same way our free leaders of this nation is, and we just believe them because they are heavily influencers.
that's the thing, right? So people with big platforms, even the presidents of the United States, right? Even with people with big platforms, those kind of people can make a boogeyman out of anybody, right? I was watching a content creator, and he had a bunch of different dudes on there with him, and they're making a boogeyman out of this other content creator, right? Because he
Wow.
had his ladies' night or whatever he was doing, right? I mean, that's his channel. If he wants to do that, he wants to do that, right?
Wow.
And
Yeah.
because
What you talking about, bro, Clarence? What you talking about?
So here's another question. So do you feel that there is that we are still going through the aftermath of what happened on
Oh,
9/11, or do you
absolutely.
think that we have moved on?
I mean, we listen, this is the thing. Of course, we moved on as a nation, but there is still debris. There is still things lingering from that,
Mm,
right? From that
mhm,
catastrophe. Just ask the families of people that lost loved ones. Just ask the first responders that survived that and is still in counseling to this day. Just ask
mm,
the
mm,
first responders that had to be on medication because they start having depression and PSTD. How about just ask these people, is there not residue still left from the debris of this chaos that happened 21 years ago? But
by the
yes,
way,
we still
y'all, by the
we
Oh
way,
still
wow,
go,
that
still
makes a lot
develop.
of sense what you said,
by the way,
Patrice.
y'all, just to let y'all know, there's about
Yes, sir.
3,500. There's about 3,500 people that's still unaccounted for.
Mm,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. So that it's been 21 years. You know that they met their demise, and they just their bodies literally dissolved into with the debris, right? So melted, dissolved, and it's in the particles of the debris. So just I went to New York. I had a job interview, and the company corporate office was in New York. So that was the first time me being in New York, and this had to be about 6, 7 years ago. And they flew me there and everything, put me up. I stayed in a hotel downtown, and I kept asking. I said, "Hey, where's the location of where the trade centers was?" So they said, "Oh, it's just 2, 3 blocks." And literally, it was a beautiful summer day in New York. I walked there, And I went and I witnessed it and I filmed it live and I, posted on my social media. It was so, when I tell you, it was like going to Israel and going to, the, what is the place in Israel where they go to pray, that wall. It was like,
Yeah.
you are experiencing something spiritual, man, when I tell you, and looking at all those names around that wall, and they got a pond, a beautiful pond that overflows with water there, and on the edges of the brick part, beautiful marble brick part of it is sketched all the names of the people that they could account for, and the memorial and the museum and all of that. I took in all of that while I was there, and it was so surreal. It was so
Yeah.
surreal. So I'm glad I got that experience.
All right, girl. Let's finish up with President Bush, and just move on because I got another video too.
Okay.
Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
I can hear you. I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you. And the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
All right, Patrice. We're going to. What do you think you've learned from the 9/11 situation? What do you think you've learned?
I learned that even on our best day, we're still very vulnerable as a nation. These last 2 years have proven that, right? I've learned that as a American citizen born and raised here, America can be a beautiful place to live, but America has some karma and some reaping, right? Um, and we've had our season of it, and the last 2 years has been proof of that. Um, I believe that America has a lot of apologizing to do and a lot of repairs to do and making things right for the American people that has given their lives for this country for many causes that sometimes they get home and have to question why they even fought them in the first place. I have learned that as an American citizen, why do we live in a country that we continuously have to fight for certain rights? Why, as American citizens, do we have to continue to fight for certain equality? Why, as American citizens, tax-paying citizens, when there is not an equal playing field for people from all races, nationalities, colors, creeds, sex, gender orientation? A country that thrives on patriotism, there's still so many things that America still has yet to learn. That there is lesson that we continuously must grow and learn and develop as a nation and stand tall and be prideful because our ancestors built this country. And as a Black woman living in it, as an American taxpaying citizen, I learned that I continuously have to fight. And so shall it be done as I'm still learning and growing. I digress.
All right. All right. All right.
Beautiful. Nice.
Yeah,
Very
man.
nice.
Brother Vaughn.
Yeah, mine is really, really, really quick and short.
Yeah.
You know, that particular day, I felt like that we were all Americans. Just that day, you know, it wasn't
Yeah.
about black and white on that day. It was that we all were attacked. And that may have been one of the that day may have been one of the days that I actually really felt American, you know, that made me realize that I am an American. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that sounds weird, but you know, and I seen how we all pulled together during that time because we were American. This happened to us. It just didn't happen to white people. It just didn't happen to black people. It happened to us. You know? So yeah, that's what I would say.
Man, for me, what I learned was pretty much what I learned on being on YouTube is you got to watch the people you listen to, and you got to use your common sense. Your common sense is gonna really, like Grandma used to say, your common sense is what's gonna put you get you
Take your
home.
time,
Sometimes,
young
man. your common sense gonna get you home, right? So we got to use our common sense sometimes. Sometimes we got, and I'm saying this as a survivor of a lot of different things because I was told by so many doctors that to do certain things, and I kept telling them this is not working for me. And said, oh, you know, and but you know, I had to seek my own understanding of what could help me, and I got it. Has nothing to do with the doctors, but it's me. Now they'll take credit saying, "Oh well, you're doing better. Wow, that's good. You're doing better." But and they'll say it's they think it's them, but it's not them. It's me using my common sense. Now, am I telling people not to listen to your doctor? No. You consider what they say. Remember, your doctor works for you. You don't work for your doctor. Your doctor works for you. What they're telling you is their best guess of what's going on and their best guess of how to deal with it. Ultimately, your health is your responsibility. Your life is your responsibility. It's like those people followed that security guard back into the building. The building's on fire. And because security guard came out and said, okay, everybody come out here. We don't want you to get nothing to fall on you. Don't worry, ain't nothing gonna fall on me because I'm gonna be at home by the time anything else happen. I'm out of here.
Be like, pew.
Pew pew. Right? I'm out. I'm out. So ain't nothing ain't gonna happen, but we gotta use our common sense. Now, how does that relate to YouTube? Like the examples I was making earlier. Sometimes we on YouTube, we on these panels. You guys know this. We on these panels, right? But I say it so that the audience can see and people in the playback can see. Sometimes you're on a panel with a bunch of different people, right? Maybe 8 or 9 people on the panel, and you don't know that somebody has it for somebody else on the panel, or they pull somebody else up, and these two got it for each other, and you have no clue, or a person name comes up, or they name maybe not their name, but it's enough information for you to derive who they're talking about. And one of the people on the panel just goes in on that person. You have no idea. You have no idea, no way of dealing with that. So the best thing to do is to just watch what you say. You know, make sure you meter out what you say, and listen to what people are saying, because sometimes they can talk you into something, drag you into a situation, right? They can pull you into a situation and you're like, what? I had nothing to do. I didn't know nothing about that situation. And you say, yeah, I'm up here, I'm talking and talking and talking. And I say, yeah, ask Vaughn. And Vaughn, hey, what's up, Chef? He asked Vaughn, right? He say, ask Vaughn. Vaughn don't know, you know what I'm saying? Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, y'all.
And now a short intermission.
Yeah, exactly. Please stay tuned. Yeah, but what a great conversation today, man. I mean, we are
Absolutely.
it's a touchy topic. I mean, man, it's isn't it a little bit hard to kind of relive this today, Patrice?
I mean, even 21 years later,
Even
bro, Vaughn,
21 years later.
it's still
It's
hard to phantom, to talk about, to to watch. Like I said, it's
exactly.
like I hadn't watched it. I hadn't watched no
Yeah,
more footage
I
in
hadn't either.
21 years.
This is the
So
first time that I'm revisiting it. Yeah.
My
yeah,
rep is
me
worth.
too. And it's like watching
Man,
the movie. So
Wait.
this
absolutely.
is Los Angeles.
Okay, so
Man,
Brother
it's hot.
Clemens on.
Man,
Let's see what we
sweating like
got.
a slave at a white lady's funeral, man. Oh, man. All right, so
It's hot.
this is where it's going to be, man, where we're going to give away the bags, man. We're going to have people come through that gate right there. They'll come in. We're going to have a tent set up right here, tent and a table with the backpacks. Everything's going to be set up right here, and we're just going to hand everything to them to the car. They're going to pull up here. There's going to be cones that direct them right here if they're here for the backpack giveaway, and we're just going to hand them out we're just going to hand them the backpack through the window. As far as the laptop, probably may have to do that on another day, because to give everybody a fair chance at it or whatever. So if we can do it the same day, fine. If not, probably makes sense to do the laptop the following week, and that person come in and pick up the laptop the following week. But that looks like how it probably worked the best. Anyway, y'all, that's how it's going to be. We're going to have, like I said, we're going to have cars going to come in through the parking lot here of the building I work in. They're going to come in. There's going to be a tent here, or tents, however she wants to set it up, tents and tables, and there's going to be people here handing the backpacks through the window, through the car window, so nobody have to get out of the car. All right. So just giving y'all a little piece of the logistics, and want to also add that we only halfway there. We're not even halfway there. We're almost halfway there. Right. We still got to get some more money, y'all. We got to get these backpacks. I want to do it in a timely fashion, so let's put our money together. Those of y'all that gave generously, but you're not in the $100 club, we'll get you in the $100 club. Come on over to the $100 club. You can pledge it, or you can Cash App it, or I'm gonna get Zelle. Shout out to New Growth. I'm gonna get Zelle, and then y'all can Zelle it to me, right? So come on, man. We're gonna get these backpacks. Trust me, I'm not gonna take none of your money. None of your money. My rep is way more important. There's some dollar bills, man. I don't care if it's 1,000, a million, or 10 million. My rep is worth more than that. My rep and my word is worth way more than that to me. So I would never take no money from you. Anyway, y'all think about it. Think it over. See what you can do. Maybe you can move something around this month so that you can give. Not something, for your livelihood. I'm talking about that fat burger. I'm talking about that McDonald's. Stuff you shouldn't be eating anyway. We shouldn't be eating anyway, right? But anyway, love y'all. Thank y'all for all y'all support. Let's keep pushing, y'all. Let's keep pushing. Tell everybody, tell people, let's keep putting it out there so that we can, get these kids these backpacks and then get this computer away in the name of the beautiful sister Sophia, man. Let's take care of this business, man. Everybody else is jaw jacking. Let's make some shit happen for real. All right, y'all. I see y'all later. The plane's coming over now. We're not too far from LAX, so the plane's coming over. Mess up my pre-record. So anyway, y'all, just told y'all how we gonna do it. Anyway, let's keep let's keep the thing moving, man. Let's keep everything moving. Let's get these backpacks so I can buy them. I can show y'all the receipt, and I can show y'all everything what's gonna happen. All right, y'all. Peace.
Bro,
Awesome.
Clarence, I love how you're being very
Yeah.
transparent with
I love it.
everything
I
you're
love it.
doing. It
Yeah.
shows your good intention, your goodwill. So thank you,
Speak for
brother,
yourself.
for
She's a sweetheart. Can you introduce yourself to the people and what you do?
Hi, my name is Shamika Smith of Be Empowered Initiative. I recently started this organization in order to help my community, South Los Angeles, with employment services. We are now offering services to help those in need of pre-employment development, skill building, even job placements. Also with if you need help finding certain credentials in order to be in particular fields, we can assist you with that also. I also started a program for business entrepreneurship, helping those between the ages of 16 all the way until adulthood to establish new businesses in our community and to help existing businesses. So basically, yeah, that's my organization.
All right, I'm back here with our good friend Shamika, and I'm asking her, what makes you think you qualify to work on a project like giving these backpacks away and a laptop, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, what makes me qualified is I do have a few partnerships where I work with individuals that have organizations targeted specifically for kids of from the age ranges of infants to high school. These kids are underprivileged kids in our community and that need recreational services in addition to other financial support. If they need help finding lunches during the summer, school shoes. They also do backpack drives initially during the summer. So I have these connections that will, I guess, benefit you guys in an amazing way. And we're able to bring at least 50 kids or more if you need it out. Whatever amount you need, we're able to access that in the community. Also through my program, I do serve underprivileged kids also. So we have a ton of kids that are in need of supplies and things like that for the school year. So I can connect you to the community. So.
All right, we back again with Miss Shamika, and I'm gonna ask her one final question. Why do you think it's a good thing to help the community the way we're trying to help the community?
Well, given the times that we're in right now and the economic stress that a lot of families are facing, people that were already in a state of poverty are suffering even more right now, and these services are in dire need. I know personally working with kids, I see it on a day-to-day basis, even working with the adults, the transitional adult ages, which are 18 to 24. You see that a lot of people are right now struggling and a lot of people are in need of assistance. And even though the resources are set to be out there, there is minimal effort on getting them to the appropriate parties. So the fact that we have the connections available and we have the partnerships in place in order to really reach the people that needs it, I think this is a great opportunity for us to reach out and give back and help those really in need and not just help people because we can help them, but help them because we can help them and they need it. And it could be something that just makes them look at life differently. I'm a single mother, I'm also suffering during these times. I'm a business owner, so I understand the stress that a lot of people are facing right now. And the fact that we have the resources and we're trying to connect to the community to help one another, it takes a village. And I'm just happy to be a part of that village. So, I'm here for it.
Okay, y'all. I'm showing you this is Miss Shamika. She is here. She's gonna help us bringing in the kids, setting up doing the tables and all of the doing everything outside, the logistics that I was talking about the other day. This is the lady. Clarence, we thought you was making this up. No, this is the person. This is her office. You see her office, and she's a good person, man. We're lucky to have her. Any final words? That's it.
No. To all your supporters, if you're wanting to come out to volunteer to help during the event, you're more than welcome to. We all hands on deck. It takes a village, so come be a part of that village. Come give back. So
There it is. There it is. Thank you, Ms. Shamika. Appreciate you. All right.
Awesome.
That's
Awesome.
awesome, man.
Awesome.
You know, and you know the good part about it is that you know, we're doing it from the heart. We're not just doing it for show. We're not just doing it so that you can give us all accolades, you know, and we're not doing it for pretentious reasons. You know, we're doing it because we see that there is a need and we want to be a part of giving back to the community, you know, and there's some definite things that we have gotten from the community as well growing up ourselves. So it's always a good thing to give back. You know, let's not just leave the areas that we, you know, because we made it to a certain point to where we can move out of some of our communities, but we're still tied to them. You know, it's okay to go back and give. It's okay to go back and support. It's okay to go back and try to uplift. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I'm a part of this
Right.
project. It's because you know, I feel that it's part of my calling, you know, to be a part of situations where we can help each other, you know, and give hope to others.
Yeah, man. You know, when we first started doing this, y'all, I really, um, my only thing I was expecting was for us to really just help some kids. I wasn't expecting to see how much goodness a lot of people that I didn't even know had a lot of goodness in them. I mean, I felt that way, but just to see a lot of good, like stuff like what Bolo did, what E Black TV did. I mean, you know, I mean, just see goodness come out of people. Where people are always saying, well, you know, people, especially people that look like us, we don't really care about nothing but ourselves, and you know, and getting high, and you know, doing stuff. But here we
Exactly.
are.
And
Here we
twerking.
are. Here we are.
Yeah, and we all for a good
Started from
cause.
the bottom, but
Started
now
from the
we're here.
bottom. We all for a good cause.
But now
Ain't
we're here.
nobody, ain't no,
And
it ain't no ego.
we're halfway. We're more than halfway.
We more
Wow,
than halfway, y'all.
1630.
We more than halfway there.
1630. Wow.
We just got to keep on pushing a little bit longer, a little bit longer. Then once we have everything, that's when the ball really gonna get rolling.
Yeah.
That's when I'm gonna really be pumping out videos because I'm gonna be showing everything that's going
Well,
on.
Clarence, yeah, depending on the date that, you know, when the final thing come, when you guys are out there, boots on the ground, depending on the date, I see what I have on my calendar, I might pull up.
Got you, sis. Got you. Yeah. Jill already said she's pulling up. She's gonna hand out a couple of them backpacks. So yeah, man. Whoever wants to come down, come on down. Got room for you, man. Got room for you. And you know, we can make it happen, y'all. Because
Oh yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
definitely want the people that struggled to make it happen to have to have the a chance to actually give out some of the back or whatever. Do at whatever portion you can play in it, whatever you want. If you want to come here and do this, I know some people live too far away, but Patrice right there in Arizona. So I mean, it just depends. You know what I'm saying? But hey, we got to open. All you can just check with me, make sure that everything's clear, and I'll make sure you got a space for you here. So, you know, it's gonna be a good time. We're gonna have a good time, just like we're
Wow.
having a good
Awesome.
time now. Struggling,
Awesome.
but at the same time, right? Because I normally would be buying myself something, but I know I can't, right? I pledge this money, so I gotta hold on to my money,
Hey,
right? So I gotta be.
it's
My wife
you know,
made me at lunch.
and it's a sacrifice of love too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah. It's a good thing.
you're
You know,
giving. You know what I'm saying? Because believe me, you're gonna get it back tenfold.
yeah,
You know, I
sacrifice.
guarantee you. You know, that before you know it, God is gonna bless you somehow, even before this project is over. You see
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Just because of your efforts.
yeah,
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a
yeah, man.
firm believer in giving, and it shall be given unto you. I am a firm believer in that.
Yeah,
And
yeah, and yeah,
I've done that practice most of my life. So, and I know that I've been
yeah.
truly
Truly
blessed.
blessed, right? Yep,
Yes,
You know, so
exactly. Yeah.
and
So
then
see,
yeah.
sometimes you
we
do
have
something.
three people up here that saying that, you know, we have all experienced this. When you take time and sacrifice just a little bit to help somebody else, you know, the outcomes are great. You know, next thing you know, you're getting a check in the mail. You know what I'm saying? Next thing
Absolutely.
you know, you're getting a blessing, and it has nothing to do with the miracle spring water.
Don't make me pull up. Don't make me pull up the spring water, Vaughn. I'm gonna have to pull up the miracle water,
Listen,
man.
coming
Patrice, you
from
know about that spring water, don't you?
oh yeah, Peter Popoff,
Yeah,
Mr. Peter Popoff, yeah,
with the
yeah.
miracle
and he
water,
done
yeah,
pop,
yeah.
yeah,
Just
and
just
and
sow
you
a
know,
seed, sow a
yeah,
seed, and you're gonna
yeah,
get your
you gonna get a
many
check in the mail.
blessings, uh,
Vaughn, Vaughn, I think
a
Patrice,
hundredfold.
got a couple of bottles in the closet, man. I think she got a couple of bottles of the miracle water in her closet.
I'm okay with what the word says about get you some extra virgin olive oil, right? I'm
Yeah,
cool
yeah,
with that.
yeah. That's right.
I know about that. I know about that right there, right?
Oh,
Like I don't need you to put no regular spring water in a bottle and tell me to sow a seed so I can get a check in the mail. Nah,
No,
I pass on that, bro. No, but just
amen.
going
I
from a
know that's
young
right.
going from
but
a young girl from the south side of Chicago that was a part of the Black Panther Party movement breakfast and lunch and program now to be able because these were people that were given to us in our neighborhoods right in Chicago. So just being coming from that and now sitting on the other side of that and being able to give back. That's what it's about.
man, okay, so y'all
Yeah,
look,
you're right. You're so right.
this is what it's about, man. We don't give what you can give. Don't give out of what you need. Take what you need and pay your bills. We don't want you to sideline your bill money, sideline your rent money, sideline your car note money. No, sideline the money for your children. Class, I got children. I need to put shoes on. Okay, but go put them shoes on them children. We don't ask you for that money. Go put them shoes on them children, man. You got children there. You go. My wife needs it. Brother, go put that. Take care of your wife. Take care of your husband. We're talking about money that you can spare. Money that you can spare, right? We ain't worried. We only asking because there's children out there, man. I'm telling you, when we hand them out these backpacks, man, that's gonna make a difference in some of their lives, man. That's gonna make a difference in some of the parents' lives. Some of the people involved, man, they're gonna get so much out of the situation, right? I got this is what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. I have gotten so much out of this situation because I constantly see people like Vaughn or Patrice or Bolo or E Black or other people that I can just, man, count on that they will, if we need something, they will move in, right? And so it's just like you see people and you can, you see their spirit growing as they're involving in this situation, man. And it's just like a great thing. So we all connecting on the same level with
Yeah,
this work that needs to be done, man. And I mean it's all good.
yeah.
I gotta put it out there, man. Most of the people that's out here on YouTube, man, they got everybody connected on some fugazi stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? They
Mm,
can connect everybody on this
mm.
fugaziness, right? And that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a hater. What I'm saying is we're an alternative to that. If you want to do something productive, you want to do something positive, when you get tired of hearing about the black community is trash, you get tired of hearing about there's no black community, you get tired of hearing about black people ain't never gonna do nothing. When you get tired of hearing about all that, come on over here. There's you know what I'm saying, God got some work for you. We just administrating it, but God got work for you to do, right? So you got
Yeah,
some work to do if
yeah.
you want to, right? So anyway, we appreciate everybody who gave so generously, and
Oh yeah.
we appreciate everybody who wants to give. Like I tell y'all, I was that person that wanted to give, but my finances was so jacked up. Only thing I could do was want to give. I couldn't give nothing because I have nothing to give, but I wanted to give.
But the thing about it is, Bro Clarence, and yeah, I think we've all have been in certain positions where we couldn't give financially. Do you know how productive and how even sometimes it is better to give of time than money sometimes? It's
Yeah,
just like if you
I
can't
was just saying that, right?
if you can't give money,
Wow.
volunteer your
Your
time.
time, your
Like,
time.
you know what I mean? Like, because I get it. Everybody is not in that position.
Hmm,
I mean, we've
hmm.
all been there once upon a time or two,
yeah,
So Yeah, I've not been able to give financially at time, but my time has been so much more valuable because you know why? Because the children see it directly. They looking in your face. They're interacting with you. You're mentoring them. You're reading to them. Whatever it is that you actually actively doing it with them in that moment, and that sometimes is priceless.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, right?
and
So
and and you know and you know I totally agree with what Patrice is saying. You know, thank God that I was able to contribute monetarily. You know, and that makes me feel good.
yeah,
But what also makes me feel even better, if I couldn't contribute money, just the fact that I could sit up here with my brother for 11 hours or
man.
10 hours trying to no, and to be honest with you, you know what I'm saying? Because you're giving of yourself. You see what I'm saying? You're a part of it. You're in
Absolutely,
it. You're doing
absolutely.
it. You're
Yeah,
not just talking the talk, but you're actually walking the walk,
yeah,
you know? And so I would feel just as good just sharing my time,
yeah,
just promoting the process, you
yeah,
know?
man.
So
Yeah, man.
it's a lot of areas that we can be of some help.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can, and sometimes the people that feel like, hey, I ain't got time because I got this and that to do. I got this, it's just a kind word. Hey, Vaughn, man, you stayed on there for 10 hours, man. You guys did a great job. Hey, Patrice, you guys did a great job. You stayed on there for all them hours. You guys did a great job. That's sometimes, man. I got brothers like Sima,
Yeah.
Anderson, New
Hmm.
Growth, and other brothers that man they will come into the comments or they will send me an email and just to say, hey, brother, hang in there. You guys
Hmm.
are doing it, man. Good. That that in itself. Or same thing with the sisters.
Exactly.
Same thing with
That's
the sister
support.
Jill, other sisters, man, out there, man, Inya, you know what I mean, any that they would just send me something saying, hey, brother, keep going, you guys are doing, and even if you could just do that, man, every positive thing, every little pebble, right? We were told the story. There was a donkey. I know I told y'all this story over and over again. I'm telling again. There was a donkey that fell into a ditch out right outside of a village, right? And if y'all ever heard a donkey scream? Whew,
Oh yeah,
a
I have.
horrible, a horrible,
Yeah.
a horrible scream,
Yeah, I've
horrible
heard it.
scream. It sounded like Rico singing, man. Horrible, horrible, horrible scream, right? Right?
Ah, that's
where
cold. He can't
where's
defend
our
himself,
brother at?
brother
Where's
Clarence.
our brother at anyway?
That's cold.
I don't, I don't know. You like on the weekends, since sometimes he has some issues he has to deal with.
Yeah.
So I sent him a
That's
link, of course.
understandable.
You're
That's
right. So I sent him the
understandable.
link, of course. So maybe he's in the middle of something. So whatever. I saw him last night, but I haven't seen him today. But I'm sure he's good. I'll hit him after the stream. But anyway, there was this donkey fell into this ditch, right? And it was too deep for it to just walk out of it. It's too deep. So it's just crying and crying and crying and crying. And people can't even work out in the village no more. So all the villagers got together and they said, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put this donkey out of its misery, right? So in that part of the world, they stone things to death. They stone folks and things to death, right? So they gather
Hmm.
all these rocks, right outside the hole, right? And they just start throwing rocks at this donkey, man, because we're gonna put it out of its misery, man. It's a terrible, terrible situation. And throw another rock and another rock and another rock and another rock and another rock. But pretty soon they threw so many rocks at the donkey walked out of the hole, right? So that's what we gonna do, man. Not that we donkeys, but hey, we just keep on working and keep on working. And one little pebble and one little pebble and one little pebble. And before you know it, we're gonna be able to walk right into our goal, walk right there, take care of business. And all of us, everybody will be able to take pride in that and be able to say, I participated in that, man. Hopefully I have clips of everybody speaking about it that came on talking about it and talking about what they would do and everything like that. And I could cut that all up together. And then, people could take that on their own show and show just about how they helped with this situation. Oh, Patrice, you ain't never doing nothing. I ain't never seen you out there. Yeah. That's me right there handing out the bags right there out in LA. Right?
We've seen
Or
Patrice do a whole lot of stuff
a
now.
whole lot of stuff, right? Right.
She's been, yeah, we've seen her
I don't.
contribute
She
and
sends me
do
a lot of pictures, but I don't share
a
anything.
great deal of stuff.
I don't share anything until she give me permission. So I don't just like she sends me a lot of pictures, man. I got a lot of pictures of her elbowing with a lot of different people, man. But I'm not gonna put
Oh
them up
yeah,
there.
I've seen them. I've
Yeah.
seen them too. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not gonna put them up there until she tell me. But anyway, just or hey, this is us. Hey Vaughn, what you do? This is me 13 hours. This is me the next week 11 hours, right? Hey,
Hey
we
man,
was
we got
raising that
listen. We
money,
have
right?
to
We
put
was
the
getting
work
that
in.
money. We was like,
Listen, faith. You know what, brother Clarence? We can believe all we want that this is going to come and come to fruition. We can just sit around and believe it and pray about it. But unless we put some feet, to our prayers, nothing's going to happen. So, in other words, like they say, faith without works is dead.
There you go.
So we're doing the work and we have the faith. So we will be successful.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do, y'all. We gonna thank you guys, YouTube and everybody else that has donated so generously. Oh my gosh, I gotta call my wife in a minute. All right, so everybody that donated so generously, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna shift back over to the 9/11, and then we're gonna shift from that. We're gonna talk about the Queen for a little bit, and then we're gonna wrap it up. All right, y'all.
Oh,
So
that's right,
let's
the Queen. Long
yeah,
live the Queen, huh?
yeah, well, not so much anymore.
Well, they say that anyway. After a person demises.
They
But they do. They say it for
They,
kings
they
when
gotta
they
get a
pass.
new
They say,
saying,
"Long
Vaughn.
live the king."
Vaughn, they gotta get a new saying now. Long live the Queen ain't gonna work no more, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well,
all right, so
I get it. I get it. I get it.
all right, shout out to the UK. All right, so let's watch a little bit more of the Twin Towers coming down, and then we're gonna shift it.
2 and 2, 1. This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI agents, and you can see the two towers. A huge explosion now raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way.
Keep going, let's go. Come on, Glenn, you can do it, man. Keep coming, Glenn, come on.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay, y'all. What we watching is people that have that are being evacuated from the epicenter where the World Trade Center buildings have come down, right? They're being evacuated and walked out of there. You guys got any last comments about the 9/11 situation? Because I think I'm gonna stop it right here.
Yeah, hey, it's something to go back and reminisce and see what what happened and how we were feeling and where we were at during the time. You know what I'm saying? But man, it's so hard to look at still.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just like, man, how fresh the memory is.
Yeah.
Still, after all these years.
Yeah, man.
So
It's
yeah, man.
never gets easier to
Very
watch.
difficult topic today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and go ahead, Patrice.
No, I just wanted to say it, like I said, it's still lingering factors that's still lingering on right today. Because remember, after this incident, a whole bunch of lawsuits came down. Remember?
Yeah,
And there are still lingering lawsuits, class settlement, class action lawsuits that's coming down regarding people that now suffer with uh, CPOD because of all of the stuff they inhaled from the smoke and the soot and listen, 21 years later, we moved on as a nation, as a country. Yes, people still living their lives, got jobs, but they are still people that have lingering factors 21 years later after. Okay, and they still fighting cases. They have settled a lot of the cases, but ask those people that lost those loved ones to get over it. Ask them that. How do you get over something like that? You can move on, you can manage your life, you can move on with your life, but to completely get over it,
Man.
ask them, how do you get over? You get up one day to go to work, your loved one, whether it be your wife, your husband, your child, you kiss them goodbye, tell them to have a good day, and never see them again.
Good point. Great point.
And I
Great point.
digress.
Great point. That's why I always tell my children, and when I leave, tell everybody have a great day. Because even if I don't come back, that's the last memory they have of me, is me telling them have a great day, right? Or even that might be the motivation for them if they're in some type of precarious situation to get out of it, to come home. Because when we start our day out, like Patricia was saying, we start our day out, we expect to come back home. We expect it. We don't expect to run into any situation that's going to prevent us from coming home. But many people do. Many people do come. And, yeah, yeah. Many people do have to, have situations happen to them, car accidents, whatever, right? Violent situation happen to them, accident, whatever, and they're never the same. They're never the same. I remember I had a friend, man. We was in junior high school, and he was a very smart dude, very conscientious dude. And he was his father owned a printing company. His father owned a printing company. Oh, not his father. He was he just worked at a printing company because I don't think his father owned the company, but he had gotten himself a job at like 14 or 15 years old working at a printing company. And what happened was he got his arm caught in one of the some of the machinery, tore his arm up, tore his arm up, right? Took him like 2 years to put him back. We saw the last time we saw him was probably on the 8th grade. We didn't see him again until about the 11th grade. That's how bad he jacked up he was, and his arm was, oh man, his arm was jacked up, right? But it was at least healed, right? It was at least healing. But the machine had pulled him into the machine, and it not only damaged his arm but damaged his head. It sliced his, so he had lost some brain power. So he was not the same. But I think he got like $3 million or something. It was in a trust for him when he turned like 18. Some of it when he got 18, some of it when he got turned 25 or something like that. It got doled out to him. But my point is, he was never the same. And then he thought he was gonna go to work that day and just come back home the same. That's what we assume, that we gonna come home. That's why it's good to be appreciative of everything, man, because you never know. Man, you never know what's gonna happen. And if we keep our eyes open and we stay prayed up, that's a better way to go out there than to just go out there just like, I don't care what's gonna happen. I don't, you know what I mean? Because you never know, man. You gotta keep your eyes open. All right, y'all. So that's us talking about 9/11. It was a bad situation, unfortunately. And Patrice said, yeah, we are still open to something, subject to something like that. If somebody really takes time to think about it. And maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. That's why we got to use our common sense. You know what I'm saying? Don't go back into no burning building, right? Don't go back into no burning building. Don't, I know one thing about black people, like the lady across the way, right? Shout out to her. She's a beautiful little spirit. But I know black people. I know y'all. I offered to go get. I said, hey, I'm going up to Starbucks because I always get my ice water from Starbucks. My ice from Starbucks. So say, hey, I'm going to Starbucks. You want me to pick you up some coffee? She said, "Oh no, thank you." Because I know black people. Black people, like, I don't know you. I don't know you like that. You're not gonna bring me no food, right? I know how y'all do, right? But I offered anyway. You know what I'm saying? I offered to her anyway. And you know what I'm saying? So at least I offered to her. And so anyway, but we got to be smart. You know what I'm saying? Somebody you don't know like that, they bringing you food. Better, it's better be safe than sorry. It's better hurt somebody's feelings and walk away with your life than to try to say, well, I'm gonna just go along to get along, and then you end up, getting yourself caught up in something. So anyway, like I said, the lady, unfortunately, there was a security guard that, yeah, the school. Oh man, oh my gosh, yeah. Let me talk about that for just a minute, Patrice. Okay. Well, let me talk about this real quick, and then I'll get to the school kids. So this lady, there was a security guard out on one of the towers. She was telling people to go after the plane crashed into the building, and the building's on fire. She was telling people to go back into the building. Right. I'm supposing her mentality was, hey, something may fall on these people, and anybody's safer in the building. Right. But for me, you gotta worry about nothing falling on me, man. I'm gone. That's it. I ain't gonna be standing around. So that's what I'm gonna do. Anyway, use your best common sense in any situation. Use your best common sense. All right, now we talk about the school kids, right? There was some school kids on an airplane that crashed into a field out there in Pennsylvania, right? School kids. Imagine you on an airplane that has just been hijacked, and these people are not. What these people about to do is crash this plane into something. The pilots are dead. I mean, it's it. It's a wrap. You just waiting, right? You just waiting to go into this situation. But now, well, imagine you're a little kid. How do you handle that as a little kid? How do you wrap your mind around the fact that certain death is coming? There's a strip along between Israel and where the Palestinians are, right? Strip of like a walkway, right? And when they kick the Palestinians out of Israel, they tell them to walk down this road. But the Palestinians know that further down the road, there's more Israeli soldiers, and they're in the middle of nowhere. They know what's gonna happen when they get them out there. They know it, but they got to go down that road. What choice do they do? Either you get shot here or you get shot out there. Certain death, man. Certain death. You know. And I'm not saying Israel's better than the Palestinians as far as how they handle these situations. I'm just saying that road I've heard about. But anyway, getting back to these kids, man. These kids lost a lot of them kids lost their lives. You know where a lot of kids lost a lot of their lives at too? Oklahoma City bombing, man. Oh my God, man. The the thing blew up right beneath a daycare center. Boom. Most of the people that died there was kids,
That's true, bro, Clarence. Very
right?
true.
Just a tough situation. So all of us today,
What a
if
bummer.
today,
I'm
if
bummed out now, ladies and gentlemen.
no, Vaughn, we're gonna pick it back up. We're gonna pick it
I
back
need
up.
I need a listen. I need a pickup because
No,
this is man.
we're gonna pick it
And we
back up,
have
man.
these things going on. Yeah, we have these horrific things happening. You know
Right?
what I'm saying? And it is
But
it's
Vaughn,
hard to
this is stuff.
revisit it.
But we have things like this not happening on purpose, but they're
Right.
happening and they're to
Intentionally.
guide us into appreciating our own circumstances
Yeah.
that
Okay.
God
Okay.
has helped us
True.
get to. Right? It's
Okay. I
it's
get it.
the
I get it.
right. It's because we have books, right? The Quran, the Bible, and other books that
Right.
have horrific events in there. But it's to guide us to understand, appreciate the fact that hey, your situation ain't that bad, right?
Yeah, we survived.
We can
Right.
survive it, right? And you
Hmm.
survive it, right? And
Exactly.
you have to get back and what could you do to make sure it don't happen next time, right?
Well,
Like us,
it's just still sad though. You know what I'm
yeah, it
saying?
is, man. It is.
That's just I don't know who would try to revisit this and not feel, bad on the inside all over again. I don't know who would not feel that way unless they just, were insensitive to what happened, you
Well,
know?
man, like I say,
Excuse me.
sometimes, sometimes, the people they so uh, what do you call that? They're so caught up in their daily lives, man, that they don't realize the stuff that God have pulled them through. They don't realize, right? Or they don't realize that they made it, right?
Yeah.
People don't say
Yeah.
God, maybe they say whatever, they're spiritual, but they don't realize that they've been blessed enough to make it through to the other
Yeah.
side of the situation, right? So they just keep
Wow.
complaining and keep complaining and keep complaining and keep complaining, right?
Yeah.
But we ain't gonna be that way. We gonna appreciate the fact that man, we got the opportunity to do so many different things, and on top of that, give out backpacks to needy kids, man. Who else is doing
Exactly.
that? And we all got to build our camaraderie by stretching and sacrificing together and doing that. So shout out to
Yeah.
everybody, the whole family, man, for doing
Oh
that.
yeah.
But yeah, man, if you're a praying person, remember the kids, remember the people, and also remember, like I said, it's about 3,500 people, man. That's just unaccounted for. They just can't find them.
Wow.
They don't know what happened to them, right? Or they
Tragic.
know it.
Just
They know
tragic.
what happened to them, but they're unaccounted.
Tragic.
Yeah, they just unaccounted for. All
Mm.
right. So, anything else, Patrice? Anything else, Vaughn, on this
No,
No,
subject?
I'm
I
ready.
just
I'm ready to
yeah,
move on to the
I
next
just want
topic.
to give a final condolences to the families,
Oh
prayers
yes,
continuously
definitely.
for their fight, their struggle every day. Salute to all the first responders, man,
Yeah,
that went
yeah,
went
and
into
their
the
families.
fires, the
Oh
burning
yeah.
buildings,
My God.
families. Some of them lost their lives, some of them survived, but everybody was played a part of of being a hero that day. To all the firefighters and first responders all over the world that came to the rescue of the state of New York, and the patriotism, and the strongness that we showed each other. There was a time after this happened that uh,
Hmm.
you could feel the patriotism in the air. You could feel the love and the togetherness, and it'd be nice to have that again for sure. But it shouldn't take a national catastrophe for that to happen. You should just
Mm.
have it naturally for your fellow man, right? But
Should.
I would love to see that back again. And that's a major problem that we have. We always wait till something bad to happen and then we want. It's just like families that's torn apart and then they get together at a funeral. It takes something bad to happen in order to get
Mm.
get the family
Yeah.
back together for something.
Uh-huh.
And that's how we are, unfortunately, as Americans. And the pandemic has done it, for us a lot because a lot of
Yeah.
us lost a lot of loved ones, but it should not have to take bad catastrophes to happen in the world for us to show each other respect and love for one another. So I just want to say that in closing. So yeah.
All right, y'all. Let's move on to the Queen, man. Shout out to the first responders and their families and everybody
Yes,
who was involved in that situation. Yeah, who
everyone.
had to deal
God
with that
bless them.
struggle. Okay, let's move on to the Queen. Now, I don't know if you guys know who this brother is right here. Y'all know who this brother is?
No,
Yeah,
I don't.
that's Willie from the Ghetto Boys.
Yeah, that's Willie
What's his
D
name?
from the Ghetto
Yeah,
Boys,
Willie D from the Ghetto Boys. Yeah.
right? Okay, so Willie D. Willie D has some questions for the Queen. Even though the Queen has passed, he got threats in his DMs because he was talking out about the Queen of England, right? He was saying that, man, there's some shady stuff going on with the Queen.
Wow.
Shout out to New Growth, by the way. Shout out to New Growth. Um, yeah, it was some shady stuff going on with the Queen. So he's asking some questions, and because he's asking questions about what's going on with the Queen, as far as racism and classism and stuff like that, he starts getting some threats in his DMs, right? So now he said, "I'm gonna go even harder. I'm gonna ask you even harder now. Now I'm gonna ask you more questions." So let's listen to Willie D asking some questions about the dearly departed Queen Elizabeth II. Okay.
Since '89 to be exact, when I first put my solo album out and put the Ghetto Boys album out a few months after that. Fam, I'm gonna tell you like this. It ain't really worth it. It ain't worth it to bring this information, especially when ain't nothing really changing. So I'm gonna shut this channel down for a while. And, you know, I'm gonna do something different. It ain't worth it. Y'all got me fucked up. It's gonna take more than a DM to get me off my square. In fact, I'm gonna smash the gas on their ass. That's right. Get ready, sucker. Get ready for a whole lot more. I got some more information I'm gonna unearth on Queen Elizabeth. That's right. I'm coming with more. Bring it, sucker. Bring it. I'm not one of these little cowards running around that you can just spook with a phone call. Hey, run, nigga. Who's that? Had a wife in the background. Who's that? Hang up the phone, baby. Huh? Nah, fool, I'm gonna find out where your ass at, and I'm gonna get you before you get me, sucker. Yeah. Let me find out. Oh man, it's on. I'm already on the case. I'm already on the case. I'm not playing no games. This 2022, baby. This ain't 1922. This ain't 1822. Y'all got me messed all the way up. See, I already know the way y'all been able to control Black people is through fear and intimidation and cutting a little check, right? Sold not for sale, sucker. Courage cannot be destroyed. Till the day I die, I'm gonna give it to you raw. Chump call himself threatening me, putting it, bam. I ain't gotta say too much, but I can guarantee you I'm on the case. Queen Elizabeth's supporters and the royal family cannot continue to ignore its colonialist past and the racist present. It is what it is, and I will never let them live it down. I will never give her a pass because she was an old, decrepit lady. And I say lady with caution because Queen Elizabeth was more of a monster than a queen. That's right. I said it. Fam, what's up with all the lying, trying to rewrite history? trying to omit history. Imagine if I died and people came to my funeral. Y'all showed up and y'all heard somebody standing up there talking about, Willie D was a hell of a surgeon. Oh man, he had magical hands. You'd be like, huh? What the hell? Was Willie D a doctor? When did he operate on somebody? You feel what I'm saying? So this is what I don't understand about this whole Queen Elizabeth thing. What's all of these nice sentiments? What's with all of these nice gestures and bringing the
All right, y'all. I am definitely not familiar with Queen Elizabeth. I'm familiar with the history of
Neither
England.
am I.
I am.
But her personally, I'm not. I'm very much not familiar with her and how she got down. I'm pretty
Wow.
sure she got down the way somebody who was born in 02 or 3 or whatever, 1922 or whatever she was born in, right? I'm sure she got down with the person that people that had that mentality at that time, right? What do you think, Patrice? Was she such a
Well,
bad person?
because I'm a historian and I love history and I read a lot and I know a little bit about the monarchy and that whole history, right? So first of
Yeah.
all, and I'm surprised, uh, I do believe a lot of theologians and pastors that study the monarchy should know this. If they don't, shame on them, because that her lineage and line goes all the way back from King David and King Solomon, right? And if you know uh, about the monarchy and the whole history of it, a lot of it has been tainted because how they wanted to keep their bloodline, as they say, thoroughbred or pure. They done it though by a way of ancestral. I don't know if a lot of people know, but her and Prince Andrew are cousins. Did y'all know that?
No, you know what? I don't know anything about the royalty or the royal family,
Okay.
so I really can't speak to this topic. But
Yeah.
but it's
Well.
very interesting. I'm here to listen.
Yeah. So they're cousins, and is a lot of inbreeding, ancestral situations within their family, trying to keep their bloodline and their pedigree pure. So through that, of course, if you're trying to do that, you don't want other races of people to come in. So the treatment of Meghan Markle and other people, that whole monarchy, the fact that a lot of their that monarchy has been, and their wealth has came through colonialism, has came through patriotism, has came through capitalism, has came through uh, colonizing many,
That I
many
did know.
countries and continents, parts of Australia, Canada, Africa. When you're
Pretty much
talking about
everywhere.
they own almost over half of continents over overseas, right? And then the purchasing of the Jamaican islands. That's why they fall up under that whole monarchy, and people, they all up in arms about her death too. But this is a country they colonized and then made those people pay taxes on their own country. So listen, it goes deep, right? So so when Megan, who is half, biracial, half black, half white, marries a heir to the throne, everybody saw in real time the experience of racism that happened to her, right? And them concerned about their heirs and what color he was going to be. Like everybody saw that. I don't know if everybody saw, but if everybody watched Oprah, the interview that they did with them, the things that Megan said that she experienced, and the reason why they wrote Prince Harry off. It's because of a lot to do with that. So there, and God forbid, let's not talk about Africa and the blood diamond. One of the biggest diamonds that she wear in her crown is a blood diamond that comes off the backs of a lot of African people that lost their lives in those mines. So let's be real. What Brother Willie D is speaking is absolute facts. Okay? So,
yeah.
But it's sad to know that, and it's the brainwashing of a lot of our people. You know, some don't look like us, but a lot of them that do, that is taking up for that and unfortunately threatening this brother's life because he's speaking on the real. He's telling the real about a lot of that monarchy. And then this is the power. The ugly truth stings a lot of people. And when they don't want to face it and when they trying to cover it up, this is what it looked like. They want to threaten you. They want to threaten to expose you, whatever the hell that means, you know, because you're telling the truth. You speaking facts and they can't defend it. So they want to insult you. They want to call you names. They want to threaten your life. But the truth is the truth. Now, she lived to be a grand old age. And I'm not going to disrespect the dead, but she was old. And that's what old people do when they get old. They eventually die off. My family, yours, and anybody else's. You know, I just lost a great aunt, 104 years old. I didn't expect her to live that long, but she was 104. So her death was not a surprise. She's old. That's what old people do. They die. We all got to face that one day. I hope I live to be 104 years old like my great aunt.
Hold on one second. I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay. You know, but it's unfortunate that when somebody speak on the truth of the history and what's currently going on with that matriarch, people have a problem because they don't want the truth to be told. So when you don't want the truth to be told on someone that has totally gained much wealth through the colonization, through the blood diamonds of other countries and other people, and through wanting to keep your own bloodline pedigree to the point where you inbred your own family members to keep you think you're keeping that bloodline pure because you don't want to drop nobody else's blood. Why do you think that Meghan and Prince Harry had to take up and leave and he got ridden out of the whole, he's not an heir to the throne anymore? I mean, if people just really think, but I'm telling you, if you just do a little research, you'll see the things that this brother was saying and the things I'm saying is absolute truth.
Yeah, but you know he's gonna level up a couple of different charges against her right now.
Princess Andrew and the Queen are related. They are freaking cousins. Okay.
Yeah, but that's old school stuff. That's how England been getting down like that. So that's not no.
Absolutely. But that's to keep the bloodline. Like I said,
Yeah.
it's all about pedigree with them. It's all about wealth. But it's off the backs of so many that lost their lives. Let's just be real about that.
You're right. Okay, so Willie D is about to start really dropping some serious charges on Queen Elizabeth. So let's listen to the rest of it.
Flags down to half-mast. What's all of that about? She was an evil, 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 evil woman. Responsible for thousands and thousands of deaths. Deaths. Kidnapping. What happened to those 10 kids out in Canada when they went on that picnic, when she went on that picnic with those priests and her husband? They went on a picnic with 10 kids in Canada. They took off. They came back, but the kids were never seen again. And ain't nobody, even the great United States who likes to get in everybody's business and hold everybody accountable, said nothing except the Canadian people. America don't even talk about it. Wicked, fam. Wicked, wicked, wicked. She don't get a pass. She don't get a pass for nothing. To any of you suckers out there who got it on your mind about threatening me, just know, shit ain't gonna work. Whatever you got on your mind, it ain't gonna work. And it ain't gonna turn out like you think. Say it with me, fam. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. No more talk.
All right, y'all. That was Willie D on the beloved.
Wow, interesting, very interesting.
On the beloved Queen.
Wow, wow. You know, I had no idea that all of that was going on because I don't follow that type of history, and I really never have. I probably should know something about it, but I don't. So this is all news to me because I'm so concentrated on what's going on over here. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, man. Yeah, and so I tried to get Simon on with us today to talk about this.
Oh yeah, that would have
He
been
was,
great.
yeah, he was busy, so he probably couldn't check in at the time. But yeah, man.
Well, he had a
Queen,
lot of interesting things to say last night. So
yeah,
and
man.
very informative things. I
He
was
is a funny
I
dude.
was surprised by that brother because that's one of the first times I really seen him stand flat-footed and very clear in a conversation.
He
So
is
I
a
was
funny cat.
impressed by that conversation last night.
He is a funny cat, man. Funny cat. So,
Yeah.
man. So yeah, so but anyway, I tried to get him on. He unfortunately wasn't able to come on at the time. Well, he haven't checked back in with me. I should say it like that. He hasn't checked back in with me, so I don't know. Maybe he might be. He might be out there ready to go, but he ain't checking in with me. But anyway, so but shout out to Simon. But how the bigger question, y'all, is the passing of the Queen of England. How are the dominoes going to affect us in America? Right? How are those
Interesting
dominoes going
question.
to affect us? Right? The Queen of England provided stability for that. Well, not so much for the government because she really didn't make any laws or anything like that, but economic stability. She provided economic stability for the people over there. Right? With her passing, will that disrupt? Will that disrupt the U.S. market, U.S. Stock market place? Who knows? What do you guys think? Is that going to affect the common man? I tried to ask Simon at that last night. Do you think that's going to affect the common man? But I tried to ask him about the common man in England. Now I'm asking about the common man in the United States. How would her passing affect us?
Oh, that would have been good. That would have been a
And
great question too. Also to
okay.
ask. I wish Big Time Jerome was here too, because he lives
Is he
over there
British?
in the UK.
Oh, okay.
No, but he lives over there in the UK. So just kind of curious to because I haven't. Now I will say I haven't paid close attention to the relations that we have with the UK now as far as the United States. I haven't paid too much close attention to that, but that's a great question to ask. I really can't answer it seeing that, and then that's something now you got me curious about that I'm gonna have to also look into is to see because it depends on the relationship that we have now with them, how it could affect the United States moving forward. So that actually is a great question. But I also want to give a shout out to that's Rico. I can say who is that? So I also want to give a shout out to and say rest in peace to comedian David Arnold because in all the chaos with the Queen, his passing got kind of lost in the trenches. So
Let me look him up.
prayers and condolences to his family. He was a great comedian. I saw him out here in Phoenix not too long ago, and he just suddenly, with natural causes, passed away. As well. But I want to give a salute to the people that have been. Huh?
I said, he's the same age as me. Holy
Yeah.
smoke.
Yeah. I want to give a salute to Willie D for speaking truth to power. I want to give a salute to Judge Joe Brown for speaking truth to power on this very same subject regarding the Queen. Salute to the people that's speaking truth. Judge Joe Brown is going to be running for mayor in Memphis, Tennessee. So he just announced it on Dana's platform. Dana, you know I'm a mod over there, bro, Clarence. So
Right.
salute to that brother, because when Dana did a subject on this, Judge Joe Brown is a no holds bar, tell you like it is, don't give a damn if you don't like it type of personality. And I love people like that.
Right.
I don't always agree with him, but I
Right.
love the fact that when he speaks truth to power, he speaks truth to power. And he said the same thing regarding the Queen, and he's speaking facts.
All right, y'all. This is Rico Young. For those of y'all that don't know who this is, Rico Young sent me these pictures and he said, I want to show the family where I'm at, so to let them know why I'm not on the program today. Okay, so he's at the Redskins. I guess the Redskins against who is that? Ravens? I don't know. But anyway, he is out there and he's at the game, FedEx Stadium. So shout out to Brother Rico. Shout out to Brother Rico. All right, y'all. I got Jay Takashi in the building. Jay Takashi, are you here with us, brother? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. We sitting here talking about the Queen, talking about the Queen of England, and has that had any effect on your life so far? Her passing.
You said, will it have any effect on my life, or you said, does it right now?
Does it like that? Because she just passed what, yesterday, day before yesterday, or something.
Yeah,
So,
like 2 days ago, I think. Yeah.
Okay, right. So does that have any? Do you think or you foresee it having any effect on your daily life or your economic life? Her passing.
For my daily life, no. Now, economically, I don't know what she has done particularly for that, that land, that place that she governed or reigned over. I guess you can say reigned over. But there's a lot of history involving them, like with OG coming in with the history lesson. I love that. There's always something to learn, something to be learned. Like I said, we'll see for the economically, but daily, hell no. Not me specifically, unless I'm living in England itself, but I'm not. But it may or may not affect some people. So that's why I said I don't want to be ignorant and speak on stuff that's over there, because I don't know enough that what goes on in England particularly. But I do know they own businesses and some stuff over here in America, like some things they're investing in business. I know that, but beyond that, there's some stuff behind closed doors that I don't know about. But I do want to touch a little bit on what OG said about them keeping their bloodlines pure and all that shit. Okay. So here's a very uncomfortable truth that a lot of people believe. They believe if you interbreed within your own clan, it keeps your bloodline pure, which is really not blasphemy, just nonsensical, whimsical BS. And the reason why they believe that is because, if I don't dilute it with any other type of race or any, of other colors or other ethnicities whatsoever, then our house, the hierarchy and monarch and heritage line will be pure, which it really doesn't. It just makes you really a bunch of savages. If I'm going to be honest with you, because people who believe in that type of thinking aren't thinking clearly. It's just to me, like I said, it's like not the rite of passage. It's more of along the lines that are the heritage of the children that come from this are going to be the next ones, and then you have to do the same thing, so on and so on. If you've read or watched any series that bring about that topic, it's a means of hierarchy and power. Yeah, monarchy, that's a big thing, and it's like no one's gonna have this shit but us. We're not giving this to anybody. You can't bring an outsider into our family whatsoever and just think you can intermingle with them and think that will be okay with it. No.
Hold on, Jay. Shout out to Vagoda. All right, Jay. Good.
No, that's cool. But you, like I said, you can't think that. and it's just like I said, it's a means of holding on to whatever power left or what power is left of the family. I hate to have to use the Game of Thrones reference, but this is the perfect thing since OG has seen that and most likely heard about it. So the Targaryens are known for interbreeding in their own family, but it's to keep their bloodline pure so that they can ride dragons and be known as dragons. That's what it is. Guys, I'm sorry I have to go fictional for a bit, but that's what it is. That's why they do what they do.
Yeah, it's like
To
a
keep,
form of,
to
yeah,
keep
you're
exactly
right, Jack.
because if they dilute too far from the bloodline, they're not a dragon. They're not family. Most likely they would gotta dance around this real quick without saying the word, KILL. They would probably off the person and exile them and not have them part of the family. Some are just to Moses leaving the freaking Ramesses and all that and just going that. The difference is he's choosing. This case you have no choice. They're disowning you by your actual bloodline since you've tainted it. You're not one of us, so therefore you got to get out. So that's how they go about it. And since OG has explained that family has been doing that, I can tell begrudgingly there's some I would say there's inner turmoil with that family specifically. So the fact that they did
turmoil
that
with every
just to
family.
maintain it for all this time, it really tells you something, brother Clarence and sister OG and my brother Vaughn. Yeah, it tells you a lot. Because like I said, that way of thinking is not healthy at all. It's what they believe now. And if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But doesn't mean I gotta sit here and just be okay with that shit. I'm like, no, I'm not. That's not okay. And Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, yeah, that he probably didn't expect that, did he? Right?
Well,
When that happened.
that's a prime example, right? Because we
Yep.
know that when they had the wedding, we saw before the world that it looked like they accepted her, right? It
Yep.
looked
And
like,
the Queen wasn't okay with that. We all saw her face.
Yeah, well, she was.
There were videos on that all over the place.
right. But we knew that we saw that there was a portrayal of we're accepting Meghan Markle, and look at all
Yep.
her black friends that showed up at the wedding. You had Serena Williams, you had her mother, Meghan's mother, you had Oprah. So it was more black people that had been in that palace probably ever in lifetime before, right? But then
Right.
look at what happened afterwards when she went and did the interview, how they treated her, how they talked to her, how they disowned Harry after that. And listen, let's be real, because Harry was a part of that for a long time until he had to learn and experience by marrying a half black woman. That dude, just years ago when you were in school and you all had a Halloween party, you dressed up like a Nazi, dude. So now we got to take you to school. And I remember living in Vegas when he came to Vegas and was caught on camera and all of that. Guess who he was partying with? Us. He was at pool parties, dancing, and I don't know if y'all remember all this. So in meeting Meghan Markle and realized, yeah, and plus all the work he did over there in Africa with some of the children that were sick and hungry.
Helping the
So
people. Yeah.
he did a lot of work over there. So when it came up with him, at one of them Halloween parties dressed up like a neo-Nazi, they went in on him. So now you're married, dude. You have married a half black woman. So you need a history lesson on racism or on what and he probably realized a lot of the atrocities that his monarchy that he's under has wreaked havoc on. And he standing by his wife and saying, I don't need this. I don't need the throne. I don't need the money. I don't need the title. I don't need the this. I don't need the that. Because now I got a wife and a kid, and they got black blood in them. So guess what? Do what will as you will, and we're gonna go over here and we're gonna live our lives, and we're gonna still continue to do the work and do da da da. But he had a lesson to learn too. But as he is now, because he didn't even make it. I don't know if y'all know, it was in the news. He didn't get there in time enough for the services. He got there late. I don't know what was the deal with that, but he missed the services of the Queen. By the time he, I guess, found out and was able to get over there or whatever, but he missed the services. So yeah, absolutely. It is something to
Oh,
watch.
what?
And just what's that?
I'm sorry. You said he missed the service of the Queen passing away,
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he didn't get there in time for the full service. Yeah, no, he missed it. He got there. He got
but he
there too
but he
late.
showed up late. Okay, okay, okay,
Yeah, he
okay.
showed up. Yeah, he showed up. But I think when he showed up, everything was kind of over with or whatever. It was all over the news, But yeah,
Okay.
he had history lesson to learn, and but it's unfortunate that he got ousted, as an heir to the throne, because of who he married and who he made a choice to protect, which is his wife and his children.
So he doesn't. Oh, okay. So let me ask you, OG, and brother Clarence. We are talking about Queen Elizabeth, so I know I had to tie that in somehow. So don't worry, man. We're answering your question. The thing is, for me, yeah, don't worry. Um, but the thing is, OG. So now, does anybody have a claim to it right now?
To the throne.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Prince Harry has a brother, Prince Williams, the one that's married to the other girl.
Right. So
You
so
know,
he would be the one then, right?
Right. I think he will be next in line, right? Because remember, their father, Prince Charles, was married to the Princess Di, and we know what her demise was. We know what happened to her, and it was
Right.
the same thing. It's because she fought against the grain with a lot of things, and they didn't care for her either. They didn't care for Princess Di either. We have to be real.
That,
So yeah,
I don't. Yeah.
so yeah,
It's
so
crazy.
when you fight,
Crazy.
yeah, when you fight against, the grain of the norms of the monarchy, yeah, they got a problem with you, and that's what Harry is going through now with, you know, and he made a conscious decision to live just not be a part of that anymore, because I'm pretty sure they gave him an ultimatum, and he chose his wife and his children. How it will affect us as Americans depend on the relationship that we have with the UK right now. And I'm not sure if we have such a really close relationship with them anymore, like we once did when that other prime minister was in there. What was his name? Blair, Tony Blair, or somebody? I
Yeah,
think
Tony Blair.
yeah, Tony Blair. I think we were closer to the UK then than we are now. And I know Thatcher was in there at one time, and we had close ties, but I'm not sure about what the close ties is now with us with the UK, and how anything would affect us when it comes to import exporting, or any type of communication regarding uh, funds, or who's sending money to who and who helping who. I'm not sure about that.
Okay. I feel
But
you on
yeah,
that.
but on a grander scale, yeah, that monarchy has not affected, me as an American citizen, or my life, to my knowledge, anything that I know about, unless you're talking about some taxation or something that may be. Other than that, nah, I wouldn't say one way or the other. She like I said, I respect the dead, but she was old, and old people get old and they die. That's all I have to say about that. But
Right.
yeah.
And the thing is, I've always said, at least for me, like I said, I don't know the lady. I know who the Queen of England's are, but more often than not, for me, it's just like, no, just don't try to push an agenda over the heels of someone's death. It's all I. That's all I say to anybody, literally. Because
Right.
because we've had poor people pass away on our end, and every other ethnicity so far. But like I said, Chadwick and our man Kobe, of course. And the thing is, like, y'all people like to push quote unquote agendas
Yeah.
on the heels of someone's death, and that's not that cool for me. I hate that, especially someone who had their
Yeah.
daughter next to them. So that's why whenever, like, even if, like I said, if we don't know Queen Elizabeth, like I said, I won't talk. Like I said, I won't talk about bad about the dead when they're not here. I won't ever do that. It's just disrespectful and rude in my mind. And it's just more along. I guess we could talk about whatever accolades they did, or also the things they didn't do, but also we're not going to like bully them and talk about them in a I would say not in a negative way. I'm talking about like in a, how would I say this? Like insulting manner. That's the way.
Well, right. Well, you remember when Obama was in office, and him, and remember when what's her name, First Lady, Michelle went over there and remember all of the British people and even some American people got offended because when she met her, she didn't have any sleeves on her arm and I don't know if it was did she not cursy, did she something, it was something they went all in on Michelle Obama, right? Talking about the
Yeah.
disrespect and the this and that and the other. I forget. I want to say it was regarding she didn't have any sleeves on. She was her dress that she wore. It was something. I don't know if it was that or she didn't curtsy or something to the point. I don't know what it was, but anyway, they went in on Michelle. So I'm like, y'all get over yourself. If you really knew, and I'll just leave it at that. I said a lot to say about that monarchy, but it's so much more. And this is why our people need to know about history to certain things because we so quick to jump to the defense of people that we think really love us and had our best interests at heart when that was further from the truth. So like I said, I like people that speak truth to power. And shout out to Willie D for speaking truth to power. Shout out to Judge Joe Brown for speaking truth to power. It is what it is. The truth is the truth, you guys.
Right.
All right, y'all.
Right. I
Let's
respect that.
let's watch a little bit. This is a short little clip about the history of Queen Elizabeth II. The lady that just passed away, unfortunately. So let's watch a little bit about her from the History Channel.
I welcome the opportunity to speak to all the peoples of the British Commonwealth. This is a happy day for me, but it is also one that brings serious thoughts of life looming ahead with all its challenges and with all its opportunity. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong. But I shall not have strength to carry out this resolution alone unless you join in it with me, as I now invite you to do. I know that your support will be unfailingly given. God help me to make good my vow, and God bless all of you who are willing to share in it.
They made it look good. They made it look pretty good over there. Shout out to them. They made it look pretty good. They didn't even bring up one of the stuff that Willie D was talking about, right? Shout out to the Queen. Okay. Now we all know that England, well, Europe, just those countries over there, they have a long history of slavery, right? And when I say slavery, I mean enslaving each other, not African slavery. That came later. They would enslave each other, right? They conquer a piece of territory and just enslave everybody who survived, right? All right. So then when the Roman Catholics came into power, they put the seal of approval on it, right? Okay. And so they've had a history of doing different things that the civilized world will probably say, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much. Now, Simon last night was saying, oh, well, I wanted to correct him, but I was happy that he was on the show, but I didn't. I let him keep talking, but he was saying that, Vagoda, I want to bring you up, but I got to make sure that you're a real person. So if you can just give me a snippet of a real person real quick, then I can let you up. I can't do it without, I can't see anything, Vagoda. Well, hey man, I got I got to see more than that. I got to see your face, man. You got back up from the camera just a little bit, so I can see. Almost, man. We almost there, Vagoda. We're almost there. But Vagoda, you got to back up from the camera, man. You're all up on the camera, so I can't see what's going on, man. All right, man. I'm gonna take a chance on you, Vagoda. You know, pull me down, but um, How about your eyes? Let me see your eyes, Pagoda, and then we could be done with it. Pagoda, I want to bring you up, brother, but I got to see your eyes. See, that's not a good. Oh, there we go. That's all I need to see. Okay, you good. All right, we got Pagoda in the house. Pagoda in the house.
You hear me?
I can hear you, brother. What's going on with you?
Okay. I see you're talking about the Queen.
We are talking about the Queen of England that unfortunately just passed. Yes. Do you have some information
Yeah.
to interject?
I'm not
Come
from
on.
England, but from well, I don't have information. I've been there 2 years ago, and I've been actually. I visited once next to the where you saw next to. I visited London. I visited where next to the Buckingham Palace.
Okay.
And what I can say, it's very sad that she passed, but she's in her 90s. She was nobody lasts forever. Everybody
Correct.
dies eventually. She had a long life. In the end of the day,
Yeah. Yeah.
you hear me correctly? If there is a problem with my connections or
No.
something, then tell me. Okay.
Fine. Fine. We
Yeah,
I mean,
because
we
there
all.
is
No,
some problem in what?
no, I hear you pretty clear, but I think I've met you, Vagoda. I think I actually met you on Mimsy and Mike's channel before. So that's where I
Hold
think
on.
I know you from. Oh, we lost him.
Yeah,
But
he's trying to get his
I think
connection.
I've met him. I think I've met him on Mimsy Limbs and
Okay.
Mike's channel
Okay.
before. This guy. So yeah.
Okay. All right. You know me, Patrice. I don't play. If I don't know you, I haven't seen you. Then
Oh
I'm
yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
No, now when he came up and I heard his voice and stuff and the name, it rings a bell that I think I've been on the panel with him over there on
No.
Mimsy's
Okay.
channel before.
Okay.
So I did no, I just want to say yeah, yeah. It would be interesting because I wanted to hear what he had to say. You know.
Uh, um. Yeah, because I think the Queen. What's the word I want to use? I don't think she can make any laws or anything like that. I think she just pretty much is a face of the organization. She just pretty much they just own a lot of property, right? A lot of property they held on to it throughout the years, throughout the hundreds and hundreds of years when they did a lot of different things, right? Oh, I know I was talking about the slavery. So they was pushing that way before they started enslaving Africans, right? And Africans they actually turned it into a real business. It was just it was they were enslaving each other as they took over new territory. But it was it was a humane way to deal with your enemies with slavery, right? Um, let's bring Brother Vogoda back in. Vogoda, you got a little echo, man.
Yeah, I
You
use
got
my phone now. My computer
oh
is shitty.
you gotta turn that
Uh,
you
yeah.
gotta turn that
What?
YouTube channel out.
Yeah.
You gotta take the YouTube out in the back because you're gonna get that echo.
What did you say?
I said you have to close the YouTube window in your computer so you don't have that echo.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay, just a
Or
second.
just turn the sound down, just turn the volume down.
I'm black.
Right on, man. I thought so.
Hey, Ron, I was wondering what happened to you, brother.
Yeah, my wife prepared something for me, so I had to indulge in that.
Right on.
Yes,
Oh, ain't
ma'am.
nothing wrong
Yes, sir.
with that.
Right on.
Indulge your way.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Right on. Right on. I got a salad waiting for me, chilling in the fridge right now, man. Pagoda, are you there?
Yes, now you hear me correctly?
I'm hearing you correctly, man. You were saying
Nice.
You still, but you
So,
still got an echo.
like I was said, this queen, you know, she had a full-on life. She lived a lot. She ruled for 70 years. She was supposed to die sooner or later, especially in that age.
Now, Vagoda,
And
I got a question for you.
yes,
I'm guessing you're not from America. Just a wild guess.
you're correct. I'm not from the USA.
All right. Where are you from?
Want to take a guess?
Armenian.
No.
No.
Ah.
I'm from one
Got
of
it
the.
wrong.
I will give you a clue. I'm from one of.
A little
I
Latin
will
accent.
give you a clue. What?
Yeah, it sounds like a
Are
Latin
you
accent.
from are you from Russia?
No.
No, that sounds like a Latin accent. I don't know. Give us a clue.
Are you from India?
No, I will give you a clue, my dear. I'm from one of the countries that the British Crown had under their control
Mm.
in the time that she was alive.
Australia?
No, try again.
Oh Lord. Canada?
No, try the Middle East.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. What was over there that they had? They had India. They had a Bigfoot in India.
India is not in the Middle East.
No. Is it Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, Pakistan?
No.
Pakistan is not in the Middle East, and Saudi Arabia was not under British control.
Jordan?
Good guess, but no. Yeah. But you are close.
Oh man, because
Persia is not was not under British control, but you are very close when you say Jordan.
Turkey?
Yeah, there we go. Maybe?
No.
Turkey? No? Okay.
No.
Well, how about
Israel? We just don't know now.
How about you just tell us? How about you just tell us?
I said to you, Israel.
Israel. Okay,
Israel.
Good.
Oh, Israel. Wow.
Good. Okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
we had the British in here in the 40s. And you know that Queen lady, they say she been in a lot of countries, but she never been here. And you know the British. I'm not sure if that was when she was when she ruled, but the British government, the British Empire at that time had committed war crimes against us. They didn't let Jews get in Israel before and in the Holocaust and after the Holocaust. So a lot of Jews died because of them.
Wow.
And of course, we found that, and that's of course not talking about the other things they did here that did a lot of problems.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
can you
some people don't like this queen anyway, but yeah, she didn't do anything fucked up from what I know. So, and in the end of the day, she is just she doesn't have real power like a real monarchy from the Middle Ages or monarchy from the Middle East.
Right.
So she's just like a cheerleader in the end of the day.
Oh, I called her a mascot yesterday.
Wow.
Not to insult her, but you know, just that basically has those kind of powers. Can't really do anything on the field, but you know, she's the face out there. You know, she run around doing the flips.
Yeah,
right?
she said, yeah, you know what, you can say I'm definitely a mascot. She you know, do stuff and that, but yeah, like you said, she doesn't have she can't, in the end of the day, she can't do anything.
Okay, so I got some questions for you since you say you're from Israel. So let me ask you some questions, man.
I live in Tel Aviv. If you want to be specific.
You're from where?
I live now in North Tel Aviv. If you want to be specific.
North Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv.
Okay, right. Is that the capital of Israel?
No, the capital is Jerusalem.
Okay, of course.
Tel Aviv is like the New York version of Israel.
Okay. All right. But hustlers are. All right. So Vagoda, did you personally, or do the people of Israel generally, I'm talking about the old schoolers, right? Because the new schoolers, they like, well, you know, they really just hearing the stories about
Old school? What do you mean old school?
Huh?
What do you mean old school?
Old school, like people maybe 50
From
and
an
older.
older generation.
Yeah, 50 and older. So the people 50 years old and older. Those are like old school people, right?
I'm a young person, you know. I'm not 50. I'm 30.
Yeah, right. So I'm saying, but I'm asking you about the people over there. Do you think the older people had a problem with Queen Elizabeth in the first place? That's why she didn't come over there.
Actually, it's actually good question. My parents had my mom, for example, have a respect for that queen, but some people from her generation that didn't like the queen much because she never been here and because the stuff that our country did to us before we got our independence.
Okay.
And
Gola, let me ask you a question. Didn't
yeah.
Israel gain their independence in 1945?
No, 1948.
48, yeah.
48. Okay. All right.
Yeah, we
Thank you.
got it a few years after the World War II, and the British tried to sell our country, gave our country to the Arabs, and tried to snuff out our independence. And that's after they promised us before World War One that they will give us our land back if we have help them take it from the Turks.
Yes.
So they lied to us. And by the way, what they promised to us also included what we call today, I will say it like this, the territory that they promised to us as a part of our Jewish state is also including today what is now Jordan. So they, excuse my language, they definitely screw us up, the British. And again, they try to sell us, they try to give all of our land to the Arabs. But,
okay,
you get what I'm saying?
So when I got you on the line here, bro, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What is the issue? What is the main issue between the Israelis and the Palestinians? What is the main issue?
What's the main issue? The Arabs that you call the Palestinians want to take our land and throw us to the sea, and we don't want, and we aren't going to let it happen. That's what the issue here.
Why do you think the Palestinians want to take you and throw you guys out?
Maybe because they say it. Maybe because that's their old ideology. And you know, if you want to get into the roots of the conflict with them, then you know it will take a little bit of time to explain. But don't you want to talk about the Queen? Or
yeah, of course. I haven't, you know, man, I haven't had a chance to really talk to somebody that was actually Israeli, man. And you know, I don't mean no disrespect. None of us do. I don't mean no disrespect. We just don't know that much about what's going on over there. So we had you on the panel, so we just asking you, brother. So no disrespect.
And Figola, I think I met you, and I think I was on the panel.
Where exactly did you say we met?
On Memzi's channel.
Memzi, okay. I don't remember any Memzi. What was the topic on her channel? And what?
Memzi and Mike's channel. Memzi Limbs, I forget the name of her channel, but I think that's where I met you at.
Okay, was the topic on the channel back there?
You know, because we were talking about like Christianity in the different countries and things of that nature.
When we had that conversation exactly?
Sometime last year.
Last year.
And I remember you coming up. It's okay though, but I just remember.
It was a long time ago.
It was.
Yeah.
Okay, man. So we want to talk about the Queen here. What you got to say about the Queen?
Well, like I said, this woman had a long and happy life. She definitely been Well, she definitely showed herself as a smiling person that united our country, and she portrayed herself in general as a very friendly and granny-like person, friendly granny person.
Do you agree or disagree with that?
With what?
With her portrayal of herself, right?
Uh, I don't know the queen enough. I don't know what she's thinking. What there's a big difference between what she says through to the cameras and what she says to her families in closed doors. But from what I heard, that she said to her grandson, I forgot the name, Harry, the ginger guy, and his wife. If I'm not mistaken, I heard that she said to his wife that their son will not get any titles because he's half African or something. That's from what I heard that
is
she
correct.
said.
That's
I
what
don't know if
yeah, that's what Megan said and he said when Oprah interviewed them. So if you watch that interview,
yeah.
yeah, he mentioned
Hold
that
on, guys. Hold on 1 second, guys. Shout out to Southern Troll. Shout out to Southern Troll. Okay. All right.
There
Okay,
is
I
a
don't know
definite
if
echo. There's a definite echo, and I've been on mute, so I don't believe it's coming from me.
No,
But
it's coming from
no,
Pagoda.
it's coming from Vagoda. Vagoda, if you have any other windows open,
Yeah, you got to turn them down.
close them because it's getting an echo.
okay, give me a second.
Okay.
yeah, I don't hear echo when he talks, though.
Yeah,
That's strange.
it sounds fine now, I think.
Yeah, I think I didn't hear any echo at all.
How
Oh
is
no, I
it
hear
now?
it now. Yeah, I hear
Now
it
we
now.
hear, still hear it?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
back now. So
It's
it's
coming
like
through
you
your
got
headphones.
it's
It's
like
coming
you
through your
got
headphones.
yeah, it's
It's
like you
that you
got
got
two
the window
windows
still
open.
open.
Maybe
That
take
window
the
open.
right, either close one of the windows or take your headphones off and just talk regular through your computer or through whatever device you're using.
You there, Pagoda? You there? Pagoda?
Yes, how you hear me now?
We hear you fine, and there's no echo. Thank you.
Okay,
Oh,
nice. Okay,
very good.
I put the headphones before that. I didn't put any headphones,
Oh, okay.
so I did the
All
opposite
right.
that you told me. Anyway, like the lady here said, this queen, from what we know, this queen told the wife of Harry that her son is not going to get any titles and stuff because of his heritage. And if that is the case, it's fucked up. Of course, I don't know if the Harry's wife is lying or not, but of course, I don't know of course, I don't. No, none of us been there when she said it, but you know what? I feel I a little bit believe her.
I would say I don't. She doesn't take me as a person that would lie about something like that. So I don't see her as a person that would have any reason to lie about something like that. On top of that, if you was listening earlier, Patrice already went into how they had went so far to protect their bloodlines on so many occasions, as to where they would even say, well, hey, there's nobody available on the outside of the bloodline. We're gonna find a cousin or some type of relative to marry. They have to marry within the family, right?
That's how you get. In this case, that's how you get autism.
Well, definitely Down syndrome, right? Definitely Down syndrome.
Yeah,
So
but still, that's not a good recipe for good kings.
no, it's not.
That's
No,
it.
it's not. That's why they have so many
That's correct.
people in their family that have Down syndrome,
Well, I
autism.
have a question. I have a question, if I could.
Sure.
So now that she's passed away, rest in peace. But and now that the king is going to take her place, And I'd like to ask this to our guests. Do you believe that there'll be any type of change since there's going to be a change of guard, so to say?
Like I said before, the royalty in Britain, it's not like the royalty in Jordan or the royalty in Saudi Arabia where they have real power. The royalty in Britain is just for show. They don't have real power, but maybe he could make people rally up people to be against or pro some stuff.
Okay.
But no, I don't.
But you
think
don't
that.
think that there's going to be any great change because he's
No,
the
he's
king
not
now.
he's maybe has the title of king, but in the end of the day, he's like a mascot.
Okay, gotcha.
Doesn't have it's not like in if he was in Jordan, then then definitely there were talks. Then he will have power, but he's not like he's running the government.
Gotcha.
If you want to see royalty, like I said, in Jordan or, for example, in Morocco, when I took a tour a few years ago to Morocco, and there the king can do whatever he wants. There he can chop, if somebody in his government piss him off, he can chop his head off.
Nice. Very nice.
Not nice if you are working for that king.
It's not nice if you're the one, if your head is under the guillotine. I don't.
You're the one with the head. You're the one with the head rolling into that little basket. All right, Pagoda.
There you go.
Pagoda, I want to ask you a question as well. I want to ask you, do you think that it sounds like it's a little what they call bad blood between the Queen and the state of Israel for the most part, and maybe not so much the younger people, but the older crowd, like I said, the old schoolers, 50 years of age and older, all right, because they feel like they've been slighted by the Queen. Now, if this new person comes in and they decide they're going to go to Tel Aviv or Jerusalem or wherever they go over there,
Israel,
and do a tour, with that, do you think that would get the people of Israel to endear her to endear this king to the people of Israel? Would that do anything to soften the bad blood?
Yes, but I think that something that will even more do the job is to take care of the racism in the United Kingdom. And in general, but like you said, but what you said, it's also good.
Okay, let me ask you a question, brother. Where, because we're over here in America, and
Yeah.
we know what racism looks like
If
in
I may
America.
ask, where are you in the USA?
I personally am in Los Angeles, California. Right?
I'm in Pasadena, California.
Right. So.
And where is the lady from?
I am in Arizona.
Okay, so say in California, I heard that it's illegal to go naked, to walk naked in California. That's right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
You will be picked up in a hot second, in an Israel second.
They call it indecent exposure. Indecent exposure.
So I can go full on naked without the underwear, with nothing, and in California,
Well, now they do.
nobody will arrest me.
Well, wait a minute. They do have some beaches and different areas where you can, where you can be nude.
Yeah,
but
Vaughn knows where all those places are in California.
No. I've heard of them. I've never been there.
Yes, but what I asked is if you can go to the regular street, not in some.
You cannot walk naked on the regular street here.
You
Not
cannot
at all.
walk naked. You
Inappropriate.
cannot have none of your fun parts exposed. Nothing.
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 You will be jailed for that, and they call it indecent exposure.
Yes.
Good. But I saw on some documentary that somebody was going naked in California, and it was it was normal and nobody arrested him?
No,
No,
not gonna happen in California.
Nope.
Not in California.
Now, not that people don't try to walk down the street naked,
Oh
because
yeah.
you have
But they-
some people that are on different substances that causes them to take their clothes and things off.
Right.
But
And if that's the case, they're breaking the law, so they will get
Right.
arrested because that's breaking the law.
yeah, and we have an indecent exposure law here.
Yeah.
Where you're not supposed to expose your private parts or anything like that. Even though, you know, the way some of the young people are dressing nowadays, you might as well walk around naked. But anyway,
yeah,
I'll leave that to whatever.
So are you saying, Vagoda, are you saying in Israel you can walk around, man, but naked?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I just saw in some documentary named "What Is a Woman," that they showed some body that talked to them, and he was full on naked, and nobody arrested him and nothing.
Yeah, man. I mean, he just haven't got caught. Maybe something happened like that. They did something.
Or maybe they were interviewing
how
him.
is a person? You know, it's one thing not to get caught, and one thing to go to talk with somebody with a microphone and a camera when you are naked. What the hell?
It's not gonna happen out here, bro. It's not gonna happen out here. So maybe you
Now-
were planning
now-
a trip
now,
out.
maybe
You
he-
were planning
now
a trip
it-
out here, Vagoda.
Yeah.
If that's what you're coming to do, man, don't do it.
But brother Clarence,
I'm not.
But if he's
I'm
being
not, showing
interviewed
even
at
my
one of
face,
these
so-
nude beaches or something like that, then of course you know that person is allowed to be naked.
Yeah, well, I
so
mean,
if
I
he's
don't know
being,
any-
or if
From
he
what
or
I know,
she
we
is
don't
being
have those
interviewed,
kinds of beaches over here, but
I don't know if they have new beaches in California. I'm not sure. Yeah,
They
ask
don't?
Vaughn.
Wow.
Vaughn knows all that stuff. Vaughn knows where.
So
no,
what
but
did
I
you
know
have
what a
to
nude
see
beach
for the
is. I'm
naked stuff?
pretty sure they have some place around here where you can.
Vaughn
where you
knows
can
all the
actually
places where
do
you can
that.
have a good time out here.
Yeah.
Vagoda, what made you ask that question, man?
Like I said, I just saw some documentary that they show in that documentary that they interview some naked person in California. That's why I said I had this question.
Yeah, you know, some things you see that, you know, it's just it's not the reality of what's going on. You know what I mean? That's why it's good that you ask, right? Before you know what I'm saying, make a move, because you know, some things have been what do you call that, extrapolated out to make it seem like, oh, California, this is a
Okay,
place where
now, brother Clarence, I hate to interrupt you, but I just Googled it and it said that they have 9 nude beaches in California.
see, if you want to know where to have a good time, go to Vaughn.
Now you can
Vaughn
Google
can
that.
tell you.
Listen, you can Google that. You can Google that. So I'm just saying, hey,
no, Vaughn's better than Google. Go to Vaughn.
Yeah,
Vaughn-
I don't live my life as such, but I'm just saying, you know, I do know that people are doing corrupt things in open places. So I know that.
You know, I'm going to send you.
Might be on those
You know,
new
guys,
Oh
I'm
wait,
going
wait,
to-
wait, wait! It could possibly be more than 9 because it just gave you the best 9 places.
Now,
So
okay,
there
so-
could be
so
some
let me
places
ask
that
you-
are not the
send you
best.
Yes, okay, but you know, guys, I'm going to send you. I'm going to send the host of this show in the mail, the part when they show the naked guy. Then he will decide. He will decide himself what the hell that is.
Holy smoke!
What do you say? You want to see the interview with that nude guy? Huh?
Holy smokes! Holy smokes!
I'm laughing at Southern Troll in the chat.
Oh man! Holy smokes! Say you a jaybird, Vaughn. All right, Pagoda.
I'm at these beaches all the time, right?
Hey, Pagoda. Go to Vaughn,
Yes.
man. If you ever have a question about any new beach or anything like that, Vaughn is the person you want to go to. All right, so Pagoda, I want to ask you a question, brother. Okay, so in Israel,
yes,
are there any beaches like that, like you were discussing, or like what we're trying to
From
talk
what
about?
I know, no.
Okay. Okay.
They like
But
to they
what
like to
I
stay
heard,
dressed
some
over there.
nudist organization. I heard once about some nude organization that have some parties for people, and I saw a report about nude people going to see a movie naked together or something. But besides that, I don't think we have the nude, all the nude stuff that you have in the USA.
Wow.
So you can't
How
walk
did we
around
get on
nude.
this? How did we get on nakedness? I mean,
Dakota, man, Dakota had a
how
good
did the
question, man.
conversation turn around to there? What happened?
I
Dakota had,
wanted to I
Queen
I
wanted to
missed
ask
something.
lovely.
I wanted to ask Vagoda about the relationships now with the UK and Israel, and how are things over there now as far as you guys, as far as living and uh you know after everything you've been going through with the Palestinians, like how are things now, right now, in this very moment over there in
Now
Israel?
it's okay. Now it's okay here. There were some terrorist attack here and there in the north area of the Shomron, but our army is taking care of the terrorists, and that's for that. And about the Britons, like I said, some people don't see the Queen in a good eye because of the past with her. But I don't think that the Israel population have hatred for the Queen or something, or in general for English people. Of course, we do. Its pieces are. It's very angers us that there is a lot of anti-Semitism there. For example, when I been there, I saw some terrorist flags on the train, and terrorist flags that the so-called Palestinians have. So it's like I will put it's what I'm trying to say. It's like you go to visit some place and somebody will put the flag of the Ku Klux Klan in a lot of places that you're going to visit at, or in a lot of public places. That's going to piss you off, of course. So,
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So you saying they have a lot of that in England?
They have some. I saw in the train station that somebody there put a terrorist flag to annoy Jews, and I heard there is anti-Semitism there, and I heard that the Jewish population in Britain aren't feeling very safe. A lot of them are thinking of moving here.
Okay.
And probably if I forgot the name of you remember that there was election in Britain that it was between forgot the name of the guy that was prime minister in Britain with the weird blonde hair.
Tony Blair.
You talking about Thatcher? You talking about
No,
Margaret
not
Thatcher?
No, not her. I'm talking
Oh,
about the guy. The guy
You mean
with
the guy recently?
the British version of Trump.
Yeah. Well, the guy just got I think he just
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. That's not Blair. Blair had dark hair. I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
Yeah, but a lot of people said that if the other guy was elected, they would move to Israel because the other guy was anti-Semite, a big anti-Semite and a terrorist
Yes,
supporter.
yeah, I remember that.
Yes, in general, it's very alarming that this guy was the head of the Labour Party, and this guy was almost elected.
Yeah.
That tells you something very sad about the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I can't think of his name, bro. Clarence. He was a blonde, like a blonde-haired guy that they thought he was going to be prime minister, or was he prime minister for a while, or something, or
Yeah,
running
he
for prime
was,
minister.
and then he got the COVID, and then he left because he was in a scandal or something.
Yeah. I know the guy you're talking about right
Yeah.
now. Trying to look him up right now.
Yeah.
Well,
Also,
that's why.
like I said,
That's
I've
why.
been there a few years ago, and the food. You know what's weird about London and in the British in general? In
What's
London,
that?
they have what? What did you
They
ask me?
what? What did you say? I didn't hear what you
I
said.
said that one of the things that are very weird in the city of London is that they have a lot of languages. It's like when I been to London, before I got there, I thought that I'm going to see a classic European city, but it looks like, in terms of infrastructure, it's European, that's for sure. But in terms of
Hmm.
population and culture, it's like New York. It's like a multicultural city.
Hmm. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what a guy that lives over there that frequents our channel over here said the same thing.
yeah,
Very
we're
multicultural, multi
yeah.
languages.
You you consider in that city everybody except the native Englishmen, and that's sad if you ask me. That they are a minority in their own capital, but that's their problem.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay, so let me ask you this, man. Um, do you think uh the relationship between Britain and Israel, do you think that relationship will improve under a new person? Do you think that a new king uh maybe will
Mm,
open the door? Because I remember that
I think yes.
there was some Israeli people that won't even buy Mercedes Benz, won't even ride the Mercedes Benz, right? They're like, F that Mercedes Benz, right? I'm not even gonna ride a German car, right? But because of how they feel, right? I don't know if today's the younger German people are feel that strongly about certain things, in particular with the Queen of England, right? Like, for example, are they ready to do business? If the English government is ready to do business with you, are you ready to do business with them?
Yeah, we have businesses in Britain, And about the question about the king, I think from what I heard, this king is more is going to be more friendly to us, and I think the relationship will get better.
Okay, okay. Because I think eventually they're gonna probably try to reach out and try to see what they can make happen. Uh, you know, and maybe get into a business deal, the Israelis got into a lot of business deals with the U.S. Right?
Yeah,
Guns, guns, other stuff that they got going on between them. So
yeah,
once they see how lucrative doing business can be, maybe they'll reach out to you guys and say, hey, let's try to do some business, right?
yeah. In terms of guns, from what I know, the India buy our weapons for their army.
Yeah, yeah. But we buy a lot of guns from you guys too. Buy a
Yeah,
lot of guns too for you guys too. I mean, we have our own gun makers as well, but we buy a lot of guns from Israel as well. But
yeah. We use the guns that we make here.
yeah, yeah, right. Um, okay, man. Well, what we gonna do now, Vagoda? What we gonna do now, Patrice? What we gonna do now, Vaughn? We have 4 hours and 32 minutes. I think that's enough time to wrap it up. Shout out to Quantum. Good to see you, Quantum.
Yeah, if I may ask, when is your next live?
Probably Tuesday. Gonna be probably Tuesday.
Tuesday, which time?
Yeah, I don't know yet. See, it depends on Rico. We got another panelist that's usually here. He's at a football game today, so I usually try to make him around the time where he can be here. So it depends on him. Probably, I would say probably check with us around maybe like 12 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard
Okay,
Time.
what's the time right now in the US in your time?
My time right now, Pacific Standard Time, is 3:48 p.m.
Okay,
Vagoda,
mine
I have
is
a question.
almost 2 in the morning.
I have
Almost
a
2 in the morning
question.
for you.
Okay,
Oh
let's
Oh
see.
wow.
wow, wow, wow.
Have you ever heard of the book called The Russian Icon?
The Russian icon? No.
Yes, it's a book called Russian Icon.
Okay, I'm not Russian, so what the hell
No,
I
no,
supposed
no,
to
no. Yeah, it has very little to do with Russia, but it's called Russian Icons. It just tells a lot about the history of uh, the Catholic Church, the Jews, and where the takeover happened, when it happened, and it shows pictures
or what?
of it. It shows pictures of like the Pope and all, and worshiping uh, uh, to the true Jews and stuff from way back in the
Oh, dude.
15,
What,
1600s. And
what are you talking about?
the book actually was on sale at one time on Amazon for like 2 grand. That's how much this book is. And now I think the last time I looked, the book was like $1,500. It goes down. Then it went to like on sale for $5.99. Now somebody tell me you can't even find it, but it's supposed to have a lot of education and intel on it about the true Jews and things of that nature. So I just thought
My dear,
it's
all the Jews they have today are the true Jews. They have DNA, but
but anyway,
first of all,
yeah,
when you say takeover, takeover of what exactly?
well, the Christianity and where how it came into play, with the Vatican and the whole Crusaders and the takeover of that religion.
The Crusade. The Christianity was born way before the Crusades.
Yes, I do. Yeah, but I'm just curious. Thought maybe you had heard of the book, but just maybe look it up, Google it, and I think they may even have something on YouTube in regards to it. It's called, one of the books is called
Okay.
Russian Icons, and then there's another one called Russian Greek Icons.
Why it's called
Interesting, and
Russian Greek icon?
I have no idea why they named it, but
Maybe
yeah,
because the first Christian Bible was in Greek, maybe.
Russian Greek maybe. Yeah, that could very well be. But
Yeah,
yeah.
but what the hell is the Crusades has to do with that?
Well, it talks about the history, just all of the history of when certain, establishment took over and how they changed a lot of the names and the wording in the Bible and things of that nature, and a lot of books of the Bible.
Well, the Bible, when you translate from a language to a language, there is
It's
some change
changed.
that
Yeah,
happening.
yeah,
And
yeah.
fortunately, in those times, they were not very, they didn't have a good printing and stuff. And in general, there were some people that change and stuff that were changed on purpose and stuff and more.
Mhm. Yep. I did some research on it. I plan to eventually read it if I can get like a PDF copy of it. I want to read it, but the pictures in there are very interesting.
Okay, if you want to read the origin, you mean you want to read the book or you want to read the original
Yeah,
Bible?
yeah, I want to read the book. I want to read that book, and because I saw some of the pictures in there, the depictions of
Okay,
pictures and the
go
history of
ahead.
where the true Jews actually come from and what they look like. So yeah.
My dear, I'm a true Jew. I have DNA evidence.
I heard you said
Most of
that.
the Jews today have DNA evidence.
Oh, is your skin dark like mine? You see my picture?
Yes, I see a picture. What the
Okay.
what the hell is that has to do with anything?
I don't know. Do you have melanin in your skin?
Melon? What is melon?
Melanin is the thing that give you color in the skin tone. Because
There's
you're
a lot
not
of
European. You're not European, right? You're
my
not
dear.
European,
Most of
correct?
the Jews in the world came from the Middle East, so no, we are not European.
Thank you.
Maybe
Thank you.
some of
That's
us
all.
appears as Europeans, but no, we are not.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Well, then you have some pigmentation of color in your skin.
I don't, but but I have DNA evidence.
Oh, but but then you come from the other side where the sun was not, there was not much sun
My
to
dear,
soak up melanin in your skin.
my dear, listen. First of all, let's put something straight. There's a lot of Jews here that aren't Caucasian, if that's what you're meaning. Okay, half of the population here
Did
are
you say you
Jews that
are
came
or you
from.
not? Did you say you are or you not?
I have a Caucasian look, if you want to be specific in my specific case. But in here, if you want me to go to talk about
Okay,
the
let me
average
ask you
the
this.
Jews in the
Let me
country,
let me
what?
let me ask you this. Did you and your family, your lineage come from over the Caucasus Mountains? Because that's where the word Caucasian's from.
No, we come origin. I have look according to DNA check and in general, I come from the Levant area of the Middle East. Okay. Now,
Okay.
like I
Okay.
said, my dear, according to DNA checkings, most of the Jews that are like around 90% of the, what I'm trying to say, 90% of the Jews today could trace their DNA to the Levant area of the Middle East, aka Israel. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
this is
Okay.
not. We can have a lot of theories of what and who and where and how,
Well, I
but
know
no,
that some
DNA
come from
doesn't lie.
Africa as well. There are some that lineage goes all the way back to Africa as well.
Africa, my dear, what do you mean go back to Africa? We have here a lot of Jews from Morocco, from Tunis, from Louvre, but
I'm
probably
saying,
you're talking about sub-Saharan Africa, right?
huh? The what?
You're talking about probably about sub-Saharan Africa when you say Africa, no?
I can't hear you. The sub-Saharan, is that what you said?
Yes, sub-Saharan. That I'm talking about areas that I'm talking
Yes,
about the
area.
part of Africa that is under the Sahara,
Yeah.
the Sahara
Yes,
Desert.
yes,
Okay,
yes, yes,
we are
yes,
talking
yes,
about that.
yes. That's
We
why I
have
said
also Jews from there.
that's why I said if you look at that book, you will see what I mean about uh the pictures that's depicted in there of Jews.
My
The
dear,
pictures that's depicted.
when you say that book, you're talking about probably the New Testament, right?
Well, they say there is a lot of the wording and the pictures from that book that are other parts of the Bible that's not in the Bible, because there's other books of the Bible that's not actually in the King James version,
You're
right?
talking
So
about no, my dear. I'm not following the New King version. I'm following the Hebrew Bible,
right,
and that
okay. So when you're
Bible is
talking the Hebrew Bible, you're talking about there's other names of books of the Bible that is not in the King James version, correct? Because we know the King James version was definitely kind of whitewashed and certain things inserted in there. So that when you talk about books like the Book of Maccabee and things of that nature are not in the
No, I'm
King
not
James.
talking about this. I'm talking about the Torah, the Hebrew Bible.
Right.
Okay, I'm
Yes,
talking about the Old Testament
right.
I'm talking about
Exactly.
the end of the
Yes.
yes, the Old
Yes,
Testament.
yes, I'm saying it's books like the Hebrew Bible that there are other portions of the book of the Bible that's not in the American King James Bible that most Christians use. That's what I'm saying. So yes, you're correct. We're talking about the same thing. We just saying it in a different way.
Yeah,
So
but
so
there
two
is a
things can be
difference
read at the same time.
what?
I said we're saying the same thing, but we just talking in two different languages. I'm saying it in one way, you're saying it in another way.
Yeah, but unlike you, we don't have the New Testament in our book. You do have, and there is a difference in stuff because of translations. For example, in your Bible, it says shall not kill. In my Hebrew Bible, it says shall not murder. That's
Mm-hmm.
because of translation problems. Okay, and
Right.
in some in
Yes.
Christian, and some people
Yes.
add and took stuff from the New Testament from
Yes.
translation to translation. So If you want
So
to,
so
yes,
for Vergado does so in the Hebrew Bible, you guys do not go under the New Testament, only the Old Testament.
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
that's one of the key difference between Jews and Christians.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. I thought so. I just
Yeah,
wanted to ask.
yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of people think that we also follow the New Testament.
And that's why, and that's why I said I know you and remember you from Mimsy's channel, because her and her husband go under the laws of the Old Testament, and they have the Bible studies and things like that. And I was over there on their channel, and you were on the channel. I never forget your name and your voice. So that's why I said that's where I knew you from, because when I was studying over there with them, and I knew that Mimsy and her husband studied under the Old Testament.
And they are Christians, no?
I don't know if they call themselves Christians. I don't know. That's a great question. I would have to ask Mimsy and her husband Mike, but
Yeah, but any case, my dear. Look,
but
like I said about the DNA evidence, but what?
I do not practice Christianity anymore. I was raised in it, but I don't practice traditional Christianity anymore like it's practiced here in America. So I don't practice that anymore. That's why I know more about Hebrew and more about ancestry wise, because that's what I now study under. That's why I was asking you the questions I was asking you about Hebrew and the Bible you use, and not studying under the ideology of the New Testament.
Yeah, but just I want to put my point about what you said about the melanin stuff. I don't know what you see as the melanate, but if I'm not going to get into the history, the all of the ancient history of the Middle East, but you had in the Bronze Age and in the Iron Age a lot of people with Caucasian look. Okay, of course the average here was not Caucasian, but still you had also Caucasians. And if you know
And
the
that's
history of the what?
I said,
And if you know
no,
the
yes, it's true, because some were left there in the Middle Eastern, and some went over the Caucasus Mountains. That's why they are now called Caucasian. So when
no,
you
no.
yes, when you're talking about Scottish people, when you're talking about Irish people that are Caucasians, is
Yeah, but they are
because
not Jews. Yes, my dear, let
I
me
didn't say they were Jews. I'm talking about people that travel from certain locations that went over the Caucasus Mountain. That's where the name Caucasian come from. But I know that there are Middle Easterners that are not that did not travel over the Caucasus Mountains, and they do have color in their skin. They're not like
like the
white.
gypsies, for
If that
example.
makes sense. Exactly. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, but also you have people in the Middle East that have a Caucasian look. For example, you have a lot of Arabs that have Caucasian look.
Yes.
Persians that have Caucasian look. Okay, so I don't think that
that's true.
So maybe the word Caucasian come from what you said, but you could also find today and in ancient time people with Caucasian look in the Middle East and even North Africa.
Let me ask you this, Vertiga. What would you say the Egyptians look like? Do they look like Caucasians, or do they look like people with color to their skin?
The first of all, we need to ask ourselves in what timeline, in what time we're talking about. We're talking about the Bronze Age, the Iron Age.
Talking about all the way back from King Tut and Cleopatra.
Okay, first of all, Cleopatra was from Greek descent, Macedonian descent, but if you want me to be accurate, if we are talking about the Egyptians from the Old Kingdom, from the start of the Bronze Age, then they would look dark Middle Easterners, not Sub-Saharan, but you know what, if I would be more accurate, they would look probably like the Yemenis. If you
The
want
who? Used to
I
look like the
said
who?
the Egyptians that you had in the start of the Bronze Age would probably look like people from modern day Yemen.
Modern day Guinea, is that what you said?
No, Yemen.
Yemen.
Yemen, okay.
Okay.
Oh, mm-hmm.
Now, in North Egypt, you had there is some cracking. Okay, it stopped. Never. Anyway, in the middle, in Egypt, in the Middle Bronze Age, you had a lot of people from the Levant that migrate to North Egypt. Okay, so they had, from what I know, some of them had Caucasian look, according to some paintings, according to some Egyptian paintings. Okay, and in the end of the Bronze Age, you had a lot of migration from a lot of from modern day Greece. I mean, you had a lot of migration with people migrating with boats from modern day Greece in the end of the Bronze Age, and one of the many people that that migrated to the Sparta to North Egypt and Levant. For example, as the Philistines, they, for example, came from modern day Greece or Cyprus, according to archaeologists and historians.
Okay.
Okay, and that's before even talking about that the Greeks colonized this area, and of course the ruling of the Romans. So, people migrate and colonize and mix with others. So that's
yeah,
it.
a lot of that did happen. The same way it's happening now here in America. There is a lot of mixing and
Yeah, but
everything.
if you
So,
want, but again about the Egyptians, if you are want me to give you a straight answer, the Egyptians were not the majority of them were not Caucasian; they were Middle Easterners. But they were not sub-Saharan, at least not in their majority.
Okay.
Of course, the rule on some sub-Saharans in Nubia, modern-day Sudan, and some, what I know, they also ruled North Ethiopia. But in any case, I hope I answered your question.
You said modern day Sudan, right?
Yeah, Nubia. I said that they
Okay.
ruled on they in their height in their new kingdom time. I mean, when they were in the peak of their power, they conquered Nubia, modern day Sudan.
Sudan. Okay. Yep. Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay.
Welcome.
Yeah. Nice conversation. I like
Yeah,
learning. I like asking questions. I like learning. And different
feel
things because
free to ask whatever you want.
Yeah, I do want to read that book though because I just have an inquisitive mind like that is to want to know about a lot of because I didn't read a lot of the other books that wasn't in like the King James version when I grew up on Christianity. Like when I learned
Yeah.
about all these other books, I was a full grown woman and had no knowledge. There were so many other books that was of the Bible that was not in the King James version because so much had been
Yeah, if I
changed.
may say, yes, let me give you a good advice if you want to know the history of the Middle East. Then go look in then go to a history book, go to archaeology book. That will give you way more accurate picture. Of course, some stuff that you have in the Bible are historic.
Oh,
from what
yeah.
I know in the Bible, from what I know, the history part of the Bible start from the split of the kingdom of Israel to the northern kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Judah. That's from that
Let
part.
me ask you this.
Is
because I know you said Hebrew Bible. You guys your doctrine and your ideology is from the Old Testament. May I ask why you don't study and use the doctrine and ideology of the New Testament?
It's like I would ask you why you don't use the Quran as a book or
Okay. Okay.
You know,
Okay.
it's
So yeah.
it's no that is
Okay.
not a Jewish. The New Testament is not Jewish.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
No, just again, that's the only way you learn is to ask questions, right?
Yeah, go. Feel free to ask what you want. I
All
don't
right,
have any.
guys. All right, guys. We
Yeah.
got to start shutting things down here. We'll go
Sorry
to
to take
man.
your time.
No, no, no. I'm so glad you came, man. I'm so glad you came up and
Yeah,
you
come
answered.
back and see us again,
Yeah,
Pagoda,
yeah,
sometime.
yeah, definitely,
Come
man.
back through.
I'm glad you came up, man. I'm glad you came
Yeah.
up, and I'm glad that you, because people say to me, I do read the Quran, I do follow Islam, the path. That's the path for me, right? I don't try to get people to be a Muslim, but I try to say, this is the path. You should start your own spiritual journey, whatever that is: Judaism, Islam, Christianity, Buddha, whatever your spiritual journey is. You should start that. You should. Nobody else can walk that walk for you but you, right? So
Right.
I have never had a person from Israel be able to just have a conversation with them. So I appreciate you coming up and entertaining us, brother, and just coming up and just sitting with us, right? Because
Thank
you
you.
see
Welcome.
And
the three
having
of
this
us,
conversation.
we sitting here, we don't always agree with each other. So don't take it personal that Patrice might ask you a question or something, or Vama, or I might ask you a question. Don't take it personal, man. 'Cause we don't agree with each other all the time. So we'll just ask each other's questions, or we try to get a better understanding. So we don't mean no disrespect, man. All right. So, but Pagoda, now that you're on the
Yes.
panel, man, we got to get your last thoughts, man. We got to get your closing remarks, man. What are your closing
Let's
remarks?
start. It was wonderful to be here, and I can talk later with the nice day that we had here, and it was nice.
Yes, always.
And tell me, and by the way, when before I would be very happy if a number of days before you do your next video, you can put some a timer when exactly is going to be your next video, because
Gotta
I'm
subscribe. Pagoda,
Hey,
subscribe.
hey, brother Clarence, maybe you could tell him about
already I'm
the
already following
fundraiser.
your channel,
Okay, okay. Pagoda.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna tell you exactly how to subscribe, but hold on, man. I gotta tell you something real quick. You know we're raising money for some school kids out here. Did you know that, Pagoda?
I didn't know.
Now you know we trying to get backpacks. We're trying to get 45 backpacks for 45 kids. Plus, we want to get one of the kids a laptop computer. That all is going to cost us $3,100 US cash dollars, right? But Pagoda, what we've raised so far is 1,600, right? $1,630. We still need a little more, right? Because you sound like a smart guy. You can do the math. 1,630 is good, but that's not 3,100, right?
Yeah.
So if you can, Pagoda, if you can, Clarence, I'm way over here in Tel Aviv. What are you talking about? Well, I'm just asking, man. If you can, see your way to send us a couple of dollars. I don't know. Are you familiar with the app Cash App?
I don't use those. I don't use apps.
You don't use
I had
that?
yeah. Somebody try to once
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you.
stuff and
I got you. I got you. Okay. But let me just tell you about it anyway. We're trying to raise this money for these kids, for these backpacks, man. We're gonna give away backpack. Let me show you what we're doing, man. Let me show you what we are doing, because you may not understand the whole situation, man. So let me show you, man. By the way, you're such a nice guy, man. I just want to let you know what we're doing here for these children, man. Okay, we're gonna give away 45 backpacks. We got to order 48 to give away 45, right? That's gonna cost us $456. We're gonna order school supplies to put into the backpacks. That's gonna cost us $528. We got to store the backpacks when they actually get here. We got to receive the backpacks when they actually come here. We got to organize the backpacks, right? Somebody's got to put the school supplies into the backpacks, right? That person's gonna make $90. Alerting the kids and family, the person that's gonna round up all the kids and set up the actual tents and the staging area where we're going to actually give away the backpacks. But to just get the kids and registering on them, that's going to be $200. Then setting, like I said, setting up the storage, the staging area. The staging area is where we're going to actually give the backpacks away. Right, the kids are going to drive up. We're going to hand them the backpacks through the car window. Those of them that come in a car. The rest of them that come ones that don't come in cars or buses or walk up or whatever, we're going to hand it to them. Right. But video work, we're going to pay somebody $200 to video it. And in the staging day, to the actual day, we're going to have somebody committed to just handing out backpacks, right? We'll pay that person $240. And of course, we need to buy the laptop we're going to raffle off in the name of Sister Sophia. We're going to pay $750. We're looking to pay. All of this stuff, of course, I'm going to give you receipts on all of this stuff. But if you add all that up, it comes to a total of $3,064. All right. You still with me, Vagoda?
Yeah.
Okay. So check this out. It's $3,064, but I rounded it up to $3,100. Right? You may be saying to yourself, Clarence, where are you going? What are you going to do with that extra $36? Right? It's $36, right? Where you going to go with that extra $36? Where am I going, y'all? See, they fell asleep. They don't even know that's their cue. Going to the Maserati dealership. I'm going to the Maserati dealership.
I don't know what you're gonna do with that amount at the dealership.
I'm gonna try to get a cup of coffee in the Maserati dealership with that $36, right? But that's what we doing, brother. We trying to get these kids.
We're
kids
just giving back to the community. That's basically
here,
what we're doing.
And if
for
you
needy
can see,
kids,
if you can see your way clear, Pagoda, or somebody that does have Cash App, and help. You can help us in any kind of way, brother. We appreciate it, man. If not, that's okay, man. That ain't a condition of you coming back. Come on back. We had some nice conversation with you, man. And come on back. I'd love to have you here and just to bounce stuff off of you because you're not in America. See, everybody, we have to bounce everything off. All of us are in America, right? But yesterday we had a guy from the UK here, and then now we got you here from we say you from Tel Aviv, right?
Tel Aviv.
Yes, you're in Tel Aviv, right?
Israel, in short.
Yeah, man. So we would like to continue to bounce stuff off of you, man. All right. So that's what we're doing, man. We're helping these kids. If you can find your way clear to it,
learn
find
things
some
from
kind of way to get us a couple of bucks, man, we appreciate it, man. All right. Also, Vagoda, what you can do is go to the channel and subscribe, right? You can subscribe to the channel and you're gonna get notifications, right? You'll get the notification.
Yes, I already subscribed to your channel.
You already subscribed? Then there's a little like a school bell. You got to click on that school bell, and that's when you get notifications, man. When we're gonna go up, right? You'll get notifications when you click on that bell.
Yeah, he got to hit all. He has to hit all notification bells.
All notification. Okay.
Yeah, that way he'll know when we come on live. He'll know every time. He'll get a notification of when we're gonna go live and have
Yeah,
our
but
topic.
let's talk about the elephant in the room. It's now 2 a.m. here. So if you want me to come, if those are the times that you are doing your show, then at least it would be nice if I would know 6 or 7 hours before that or something. So that's why I said if there is a way that you can
I'll do better with that. That's my fault. We'll go to that's my fault.
No, that's not your fault. That's not.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Because a lot of times, especially I will put out something like maybe only 2 or 3 hours before I'm going up, and the reason why is because I'm doing a lot of other stuff too, and now the fundraiser has come up, so that pushes me back a lot of times too, man. So, but I'm gonna do better with that. I'm gonna try to give you at least 7 to 8 hours before.
Okay.
Hopefully that'll help you. You know what I mean?
Nice.
All right, Vagoda,
I'm a student in the everyday, so I'm now in a semester vacation, but it's going to end in a week or two. So not every day I could come up in 2 a.m. Anyway, it was wonderful to be here. So see ya, guys. I went to sleep.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. We want you to come back, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for nice talking to you.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you.
Ooh, man. Pagoda. Let me
Yeah,
write Pagoda down.
I know I remember meeting him on Mimsy channel. Yep.
Shout out to him. Shout out to him. All right, y'all. We're gonna start shutting it down.
Yep.
Do we need to talk?
I'm good.
No, I'm good. I gotta try it again to go over there
Oh
to
no, I'm good.
knowledge
I'm
relationship.
good.
I gotta try to catch them. I think they having a panel discussion, so I'm trying to run over there. me and Bro Vaughn missed them twice, so
Are they gonna be on later?
I think they are if they're not already on. So try to
Oh, okay.
support them a little bit before I head out because I gotta perform tonight, so I gotta get ready for that.
What are you doing? What you going? You gonna sing a song?
Yeah, I
Or
sing
you
tonight.
acting?
Yeah, no,
Huh?
I sing tonight. Yeah,
You
with the
singing tonight?
band.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
do
right,
my
Josh.
thing with the band tonight. But nah, this was interesting. Interesting topic. Talking about uh the Queen. Talking about earlier. What was the topic?
9/11.
9/11. Wow, 9/11. I almost forgot. 9/11 was definitely interesting conversation. Talking about as well. Um, yeah, and then to have someone come up from another country and have a converse with them and talk about actually what's going on over there, in Israel, as well, and just I love it. I love having different conversations with people and learning and asking questions. That's the only way
Yeah.
you're gonna learn and be well rounded.
Yeah.
But I'm telling
You
you,
did good.
just look up that the Russian icon book, and y'all see what I'm talking about when I say
Okay.
some of those pictures in there depicted about true Jews and the color of their
Oh
skin.
man,
A
it
lot
was
of
a,
them.
it was a cold situation. Are you guys familiar with the movie? Are you guys familiar with the movie Sophie's Choice?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, I remember Sophie's Choice. Yeah.
Oh man, that was a cold piece right there. That was a cold piece right there.
Good
If you ever
movie
get a
too.
chance to see that movie, go out there and check that movie out. You guys in the audience, holy smokes!
Yeah, that was what that movie came out in it. Was it 80s or 70s? 70s or 80s?
I think it came out way. One version of it came out way before that. Wow, probably in the 50s or 60s. Probably first
Oh
version.
dang, that old? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because it was a
Something happened. You're muted, my brother.
Yeah, something happened and you went muted. I thought it was me. I'm like, did I lose him?
No, he's still muted.
He still broke Clarence?
Oh, now it looked like he
He
froze.
froze. Yeah, he froze.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's a connection. It's him too. It ain't us. Yeah.
Okay, well, at least we're still on. So, but
Yeah,
but but
exactly.
until he gets it together, I guess I could possibly give my closing remark if I could. Yeah, it was a very interesting conversation, and learned quite a bit. Had a chance to go back and look at some old stuff that happened and kind of reminisce on past things. And conversation switched a little bit to something else about the Queen, and we were able to have this brother up here from a whole nother country to share some aspects of his culture and his belief system, which I found very interesting. you know and so, hey, I look forward to the
Yeah.
next time, and we just have to keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah, Brother Clarence just texted me. He said, hold on. He said
Mhm.
power went out in the neighborhood. Oh wow. Can't
Oh,
get internet.
wow.
So we gonna have to close it out for him.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're still on here. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
we're
looks
still
like we're
on.
still on. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
are because I'm watching
Okay.
us on TV too. So yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, much love for you, Patrice, always, and we get on these panels together, we kind of bounce off each other. It was so funny when Brother Clarence was talking about um, uh, he was telling the brother to that, he wanted to bounce off of him. And sometimes when you tell foreign people things like that, they don't understand our slang, So I could kind
Right.
of I could kind of imagine, like, what does he mean by that?
Yeah.
Sometimes we
When
just
he
have to be
said,
mindful, like when
oh,
we
yeah, when
because
he
a
said,
lot of
oh,
they understand English, but they don't understand a lot of slang.
the slang. Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So we just have to be mindful of that. But great show today, man. Great show. Great
Absolutely.
show
Absolutely.
today. We did a great job. We still was able to promote the fundraiser, which was excellent. We didn't really take in anything today, but at the same time, I believe that maybe we spark somebody that might want to give. And so I think that's a good thing as well. So with that
Absolutely.
being said, yeah,
So bro Ron, let's close out like bro Clarence will close out. But let's
okay.
talk about the chat.
Okay, well,
The chat.
I thought, yeah, the chat did a great job today. Excellent performance. And without the chat, come on, like where will we
Chat is
be?
where it's at.
The
Chat is
chat,
where it's
the
at.
chat is the people that are actually supporting the channel. Do you know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying?
And they
We could be
always give
sitting
a
up here.
VIP.
We could be sitting up here talking to each other.
Yes.
But the people in the chat are showing that we have others that are in support. So shout out to the chat. If I was to do the rundown, I don't know if I can do it as good as Clarence could, but I would say that brother Clarence, what'd you think about brother Clarence? What'd you think about brother Clarence? Strong performance, brother Clarence. I mean, he came in the beginning, after being on the stream all night long, the night prior. I mean, brother Clarence, look at brother Clarence, his dedication. You know what I'm saying? Strong performance. What did you think about brother Clarence? Brother Clarence, strong performance.
Absolutely.
And
Strong.
then we had
Strong performance.
yes, and then we had OG Patrice. What'd you think about OG Patrice?
I digress.
OG Patrice, she always comes in. She's very supportive. Oh my God, she's man, she has helped this fundraiser in a great way. What'd you think about Patrice? Strong performance. And then we have Vaughn. Okay, no, come on, Vaughn. Vaughn. Yeah, strong.
Let me do Vaughn.
Okay,
so
you
Vaughn,
do me. Go ahead.
So chat. So what y'all think about Vaughn? What y'all think about brother Vaughn? Brother Vaughn, he hold the chat down, and then he come up here and he give all his knowledge. Brother Vaughn came. He used to be like, I don't want to step on nobody's toes. I don't want to say nothing. And then now all of a sudden here, hey, what you talking about, bro? What you talking about, Chief? What y'all think about Vaughn? What y'all think about brother Vaughn? What y'all think what he had to say? Lots of knowledge. Strong performance, brother Vaughn.
Strong performance. Wow. Well, listen, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate everyone that has watched the platform and watched the show today.
Our special guest. We got to talk about our new special guest that
You're
came
right.
up.
We forgot about our special guest.
Yeah.
Well, hey, wait, hold on, Patrice. What'd you think about Vagata? What'd you think about it? What did you think about it? Strong performance.
Lots of knowledge. Man, we learned something new. He's all the way from Israel.
From Tel Aviv, come on. Did you hear what he said? Did you hear the wisdom that he shared? What did you think about it?
Strong performance.
Strong performance. Hey, man, that's something else, man. Well,
Brother Clarence is in the background talking about here you go, brother strong performance.
I know he hates not being able to do the rundown.
Yeah, he in the back chat on his phone to a strong.
Okay. Well, listen, let's just say good night. I'm so glad we had this time together. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is good night. And Patrice, we will talk soon.
Yes, we'll see you guys later on Let's Talk the Better Black Life. Salute, family.
Yes. Good night.
Bye-bye.